If you can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Remain standing. Roger Aragon, our police chaplain, is going to give us our invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather here tonight for city business. We thank you, Lord. As we conduct city business, we ask for your guidance, your wisdom upon our mayor, our council members, all those that make decisions for this great city that affects the city of Santa Ana. We thank you, Lord, for your wise decisions, your blessings. We thank you, Lord, also, Lord. We pray protection upon our responders, our police officers, Lord, our firemen, all those, Lord, that respond for emergencies. Keep them safe, Lord. Keep the city safe. Lord, it's a wonderful city. A lot of wonderful people live in this community, Lord. We ask a blessing upon them, their family, Lord, and all those that are involved in the city. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
You may be seated. Let's start with Mayor Pro Tem Michelle Martinez, a presentation that she has to make, followed by Councilmember David Benavides.
Good evening. If I could have Sylvia Mendez and her family, whoever is here, to please join me. The Mendez family, Sylvia. So I'm not sure if my colleagues actually want to join me as well, because this is a very special moment as we're honoring the Mendez family. Please come around, Sylvia Mendez. Jeff, you just come around this way. Okay. So I'm asking my colleagues to join me, as today we are naming today, October 16th, Sylvia Mendez a day, and dedicating this to her and her family. And I think many of you who live in this community and understand civil rights and what we've gone through, not just here in Orange County and this family, but in particular the issues that we have incurred in regards to wanting to make sure that our children were integrated. And as I look at Sylvia and I look at her family and the legacy of courage, of never giving up, and being really leaders today, and making sure that we educate our children and communities across the United States. So I want to tell you, Sylvia, you are exceptional for traveling this country and sharing your story and educating the future and understanding why this case was so important before Brown versus Education.
Thank you.
And so with that, let's get a little closer. Let's get closer. So in 1943, students of Mexican descent were required to enroll in segregated schools. Sylvia Mendez, then a third grader, was denied equal education access to white schools in Orange County. The families of Sylvia and other children were denied, fought for equal education opportunities, and in 1946 and again in 1947, an appeal in the infamous Mendez versus Westminster School District of Orange County case. This case serves as a significant role in the NAACP U.S. Supreme Court case Brown versus the Board of Education that signed into law the repeal of remaining segregation provisions in the California statutes. On November 15, 2007, the Mendez versus Westminster stamp was presented to the Mendez family, and on February 15, 2011, President Barack Obama awarded to the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Sylvia Mendez for her many years of work of civil rights activist. The Santa Ana Unified School District opened its doors to Mendez Fundamental Middle School in 1997. So today, here, doing our part, and as I leave this city council after 12 years, this is something that I've always wanted to do. So Sylvia, please join me. The city of Santa Ana today recognizes Sylvia Mendez for her courage to end segregation in the public school system and determination to fight for it. And today, we are proclaiming Sylvia Mendez Day. So thank you, Sylvia. I want to thank your family for the wonderful work that you all have done in this community and in Orange County, but more importantly, throughout the United States. Because when we see each other on Facebook, you are everywhere speaking to children about this particular case and what you had to go through. And so with that, before we provide this proclamation, I know my colleagues, in particular those that focus on education, like Councilman Solorio and Councilman Tinajero, would you all like to say a couple words, and the rest of the council?
You did very well.
Yeah,
Yes,
no?
she did. She said it all.
Any of you guys- If not, so if not, then, whereas the city of Santa Ana wants to recognize Sylvia Mendez for her courage to end segregation in public schools and her determination to fight for it, and now therefore the mayor and the entire city council of Santa Ana do hereby recognize October 16th as Sylvia Mendez Day.
Ay, gracias.
I'm going to ask Sylvia to say a couple of words. I know she's a little shy, but definitely I think our residents would love to hear from you.
This is such a big honor. Believe it or not, I was born in Santa Ana 82 years ago. I went to Santa Ana High School, graduated from Fullerton College, became a nurse. I traveled back and forth to LA for 33 years and lived in Santa Ana. I love Santa Ana, and thank you so much for this big honor that you give me today. I don't want to cry, but thank you so much.
At this point, for the next item, I'd like to invite members of the Orange County Healthcare Agency to join me here. I think we have Jennifer Forrester, Margie Kerrigan, and Margie Kerrigan from the Orange County Healthcare Agency. So as they come up, just a couple of points. One of the things that we always want to look at doing is taking this opportunity to provide some very momentous and meaningful recognitions, and also provide some public information and education to our community. That's precisely what members of the Orange County Healthcare Agency are here to do with us today, specifically around a topic that oftentimes maybe not talked about a whole lot, but yet is important, which is protecting our children's health, and specifically around childhood lead poisoning. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite you to go ahead and maybe share a couple of words, and then what we'll do is provide this proclamation on Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Benavides, and thank you, Mayor Polito and council members for supporting our healthcare agency in the County of Orange. Childhood lead poisoning is known as a silent killer There's no signs or symptoms associated. However, learning disabilities later do become evident in children that are poisoned. Often we find in older housing, 1978 and prior, and living in Santa Ana, we see a lot of old housing stock. And so we continue to work and partner with the city through code enforcement efforts, community-based organizations, and services through public health to educate members of the public and identifying sources, not only in the home, such as paint, lead, and dust, and sometimes older plumbing with water, but also imported pottery, imported spices and candies, children's jewelry that's imported, and other items too that come up across our investigation. So it's very important to get children tested at an early age because this affects their neurological systems, and we really appreciate all the support that your city continues to give. OCHealthInfo.com.
So, we are a very young city here in Santa Ana, so we want to always make sure to do everything we can to inform our parents, our community about childhood either concerns and to definitely protect our children. So we appreciate the work of the Orange County Healthcare Agency. OCHealthInfo.com is where one can go to seek more information. So on behalf of the City of Santa Ana, I'd like to present this proclamation highlighting Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, and appreciate all of your work to, again, educate and support our families and the safety of our children. Thank you so much for the work you do.
Thank you.
I'll help the mayor out and introduce myself. I'm Councilmember Jose Solorio. It's my honor to bring up, so they can start coming up while I continue, Robert Ijuya, Director of Operations for JWC Environmental. Irene Glumba, Interim Director of Special Projects at Santa Ana College. Roy Jones, President of Senga Engineering, Inc. And Adam Ramirez, Production Manager and Outside Sales Rep for Tenacor. And if there's anybody else with the group as well, that'd be fantastic. And I actually toured Tenacor some years ago, so I'm pleased they're here. We're blessed in our city. We have a very robust manufacturing base. A lot of it is along the 55 corridor, along the Harbor corridor, for example. Excellent jobs, excellent opportunities, many with the type of benefits and salaries that could support a family. So we're really pleased to have those facilities, those areas in our community, and we want to protect them. We also know that our community really pushes us to have more public-private partnerships, as well as relationships with our school districts and college districts. And so this presentation really embodies that, because today we're recognizing National Manufacturing Day. It's observed annually on the first Friday of October. It's a celebration of modern manufacturing, meant to inspire the next generation of manufacturers and workers. By working together during and after Manufacturing Day, manufacturers will continue to address the skilled labor shortage that they face, take charge of the public image of manufacturing, and ensure the ongoing prosperity of the entire industry and their workers for decades to come. This year, our Santa Ana Workforce Development Board worked collectively with the California Manufacturing Technology Consulting Group, VitalLink, and local colleges to organize a month-long program, which included community college tours all over the county. Over 600 high school students participated and as such received firsthand knowledge of careers and coursework leading to employment in meaningful manufacturing jobs. Today, it's my honor to, on behalf of the Mayor and Council, recognize some of our local businesses in Santa Ana College for their participation in this year's Manufacturing Day and opening their doors to the community and youngsters in our community. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'd like to have one person from Santa Ana College and one from industry come up and speak, maybe a college district rep and then somebody from Tenneco. That would be fantastic.
On behalf of Santa Ana College, I would just like to thank you for this recognition, and I'd like to thank you for our partnership.
And that was very brief, so if there's others as well, please.
On behalf of Tenneco, we'd like to thank the City of Santa Ana for this honor, and it's great working in partnership with Santa Ana and look forward to doing so in the future as well. Thank you.
So they're all so brief, so we'll let them all come all up. Singa Engineering Rep, then JWC, if they are here.
Well, thank you very much. And we've called Santa Ana our home since 1979. We've been constantly growing, constantly profitable, and constantly hiring. And we have multiple openings. So anybody has any good CNC manufacturing history in their background, come talk to us, please.
Okay. And last but not least, JWC Environmental.
Yeah, good evening. It was a pleasure today to host the Santa Ana schools for the tour. I will forward for the next year, and on behalf of JWC, we thank the city for the opportunity.
Thank you all very much, and let's give another round of applause.
Next, we have Councilmember Saltina Hero presenting to the Warner Industrial Community for their contributions.
May I please have Ms. Gail Fossler and Clarence Turner come on up if they're in the house today? So as they're coming up, I just want to tell you something about this is pretty exciting what our business community can do when they think outside the box and they take their leadership skills out to others and how they can benefit our community. So today we recognize Gail Fossler and Clarence Turner for their spearheaded efforts in initiating a public-private partnership with the City of Santa Ana on the Warner Industrial Community Pavement Improvement Project. In 2011, the city was approached regarding the improvement of industrial streets within the Warner Industrial Community Business District. As an active business community leader, Ms. Fossler understood the financial limitations of the city. With her persistence and leadership, she began exploring alternative funding options to repair the streets, including the possibility of property owners sharing the cost. Gail and Clarence gauged interest from property owners and eventually filed legal petitions for more than 60% of the landowners supporting a special assessment in the area. After securing private funds to match city funds and the City Council's authorization of an issuance of bonds for an assessment district, the full reconstruction of streets were completed. I'd like to call up our city manager as well because he was around back at that time too. So today we recognize Gail Fossler and Clarence Turner for their persistence and tenacity in seeking solutions for the city of Santa Ana. But I also wanted to call up our city manager to give you a little insight about what they actually did.
Thank you, Councilmember Tinajero. I am particularly pleased to be here. I used to serve as your Public Works Director. I had that privilege beginning in 2009. And I really am happy to be here with both Ms. Fossler and Mr. Turner here. This is how it started. a business owner, or owner of the business and the property, came to see me, Ms. Gail Fosler, and she said, look, our streets are in horrible shape. What can you do? At the time, we were resurfacing most of the city's streets throughout the city, and we were projected to have a little bit of a little surplus, right? Not enough to do all the industrial parks. And the industrial areas are particularly needy because when they were designed, they get designed based on local streets, collector, and arterials. A local street standard oftentimes back in the day was the same as a residential street. Local meaning size of the street. But the industrial streets get a lot more truck traffic, so they get deteriorated much more quickly, and so they require full reconstruction, very expensive. And so I told Ms. Foster, I said, look, I don't have enough money to do all of it, but if you think you can partner, if you can talk to your fellow property owners to raise half the money and we can have the other half, we could do something. I thought I'd never see her again. I really did. But she kept coming back. She lives on the East Coast somewhere, and so every time she was on the West Coast, she'd check in with me and check in on her progress. And I want to tell you, I was really, really impressed because property owners are all over the place. Just like she's on the East Coast, some property owners are in Colorado and some other in other states, and she tracked them all down and sold them on this. And it took several years, so think about that, several years. So I come back and honored to be your city manager, and I see that this project gets completed in March of this year, and I was just really, really touched. So I can't say enough about your leadership. And I know, Mr. Turner, we didn't get a chance to meet, but I understand that you were a big part of this as well. So your leadership has really set a model for what could be the way forward for a lot of our industrial parks. I want to just thank you for setting a standard that we all hope to replicate sometime soon.
And like our city manager stated, I also thought we'd never see them again. But they kept coming back, and they kept coming back, and we thank you for that. So I want to just give you an opportunity to say a few words and talk about your experience.
Well, actually, I never thought I would see them again either. But I cannot emphasize enough, in this time when there is so much, let's just say, bad feeling on, it seems, everywhere that we look. This was a really tremendous opportunity and a tremendous partnership between the city and the owners who really needed desperately to get these streets. They didn't have to be just repaved. They had to be rebuilt from the ground up. And when we came up, the question was, how are we going to do this? The city didn't have the funds. After the crisis, the city was almost in a state of bankruptcy. So we developed this concept of public-private partnership, but I must say that I think this is the only one in the state. I think so, because what we did had no precedent. So, we always think of government as being very resistant and very conservative and, it's sort of people don't know where their taxes go and the like. And this team, I see, some of them have there's William back there. But I know the Public Works Department staff like you wouldn't believe. But this team stuck with us. We essentially made new precedent in terms of what is possible between owners and government to create something that is positive and benefits both sides of the equation. So we're enormously grateful to the city. We're grateful to you, Councilman Tinajero, to the council itself, to Mayor Pulido, who came over. We have a manufacturing business, by the way. I don't know if my manufacturing colleagues are still here, but we'll compete for any CNC operator that wants to go to work for them. We'll compete for them in our business. But Mayor Pulido came and sat in our conference room and listened to Clarence and me tell him, what our needs were, and he also deserves enormous credit because it isn't like somebody wrote a roadmap. There was no map, and the city helped us find our way to an excellent outcome. So thank you. Thanks to everyone.
I think Gail has said it all. She looks like a meek little lady, but she's a tiger, trust me. And what she...
Old lady.
I said little lady. But this certainly was a collaborative effort between government and the private sector. And I, too, commend the mayor and the city council because you guys endorsed it. If you hadn't endorsed it, it wouldn't have happened. And you turn now to the city, or to your staff, your very able staff. You already mentioned William, and there's Jason. I know Kenny's around here someplace, and then Nicole and whatever. What the citizens should know is they appeared night after night. They made themselves available on their dime to work with us. They provided us with the information, and we went out and got all those people to sign up and make this all happen. So it really was a collaborative effort, and I thank a lot of people for making it happen.
So, thank you very much for everything you've done. You've made Ward 6 a better ward because of it. So we're just going to take a quick picture, and be on our way. Thank you.
And Gail and Clarence, something I think would be remiss if we didn't thank then Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, because you sit with him on a board. What board is that?
We were on a commission on personal savings and retirement security.
Retirement Security, some national board.
Yes, in Washington.
And he in Washington, and he called and said, you guys have to help this lady. So we went out, met with you and Clarence, and that's how the whole thing got started. It was Mayor Villaraigosa saying, let's help this lady. And everybody helped, and here we are. So we need to thank him as well. Next time you see him, we need to say thank you. Take care. Now, Councilmember Juan Villegas has our next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can have Executive Director Tai Min and Alvaro Nunez from Code Enforcement and staff. So today we are celebrating Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, and for many of you who really don't know all the duties of code enforcement, they go out and they inspect a lot of the businesses and homes for quality of life, any kind of environmental problems it might be. And this council has also tasked them with the marijuana dispensaries, going out and checking them and shutting down the illegal ones along with the police department. And we also added the mobile vending trucks, oversight on them also. So they have many, many different jobs that and roles that they play here in the city, and we really want to appreciate them. A lot of folks don't really understand the role of code enforcement. So if we can have the Director Tai Min please speak about the group, please.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, and I will first want to say thank you, Councilman, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem, and the entire council for bestowing this honor upon us. I've been doing this for over 25 years, and never have I worked with such a group of fine individuals. They're not only hardworking, but they're very creative in terms of problem solving. They're dedicated with their jobs. And in terms of what I've experienced, I've never worked with a group of people that receive such high praise, and this is such a great honor. And I want to say thank you for allowing me to work with you as well, and I hope that we continue to serve the community. To be recognized by our community is a great honor. So at this point, I'd like to introduce our staff, and I'll have our code manager, Alvaro Nunez, to come up and introduce his staff.
Thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council for this recognition. We appreciate it very, very much. As my director has said, sometimes code enforcement is not an easy job, but The fact that we do a good job is part of the reason standing behind me, our personnel. Most of our folks here either have been raised in Santa Ana or live in Santa Ana. Let me introduce Ruben Hernandez, who came from Lake Elsinore. Alejandro Rodriguez, who used to work in Lake Elsinore. Armando Chavez from housing background. Victor Madrigal, worked 25 years here in the city. Used to be a housing inspector in Section 8, now works with us. Tony Havajo from City of Fullerton, used to be Fullerton Code Enforcement and police dispatcher, one of our good workers here in the City of Santa Ana. Ruth Ventura, also one of our code enforcement associates, and then our support staff, Maria Ventura and Kat Leal, who answer the phones and are bilingual. Anytime you call, those are the folks that are answering and referencing your calls to the right person or department. Thank you all.
Again, thank you for your good work. I know that we're short-staffed. We used to have about 28, 30, and we have how many now?
15.
We have 15, so you can imagine the workload that they have. And thank you all for your hard work and dedication to the City of Santa Ana. And on behalf of the Mayor and City Council, if you could please accept this proclamation for Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, and ladies.
I'm now going to take our agenda out of order for a moment and go to item 60A first. And I'm going to, I know that Councilor Tinajero requested, we spoke earlier, I want to honor that request. So I'm going to take that first, and after that we're going to take on, I think, the rent control item. And then we're going to go to the minutes and the rest of the agenda. So with that, let me call on, it doesn't have to be a long subject, I don't believe. Item 60A, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second.
I just have a question for clarification.
Go ahead.
For staff, is this the project, or this the project on East First that is
222 East First.
Requesting a density bonus? Is this the one where it's, from what I recall, a project that provides affordable housing?
Yes, this is for seniors.
Seniors specifically. Is this the one? Have they requested funds from the city? I know this is specifically the action tonight is a density bonus request.
Right. They have requested in a side letter to the city. They've requested $60 million, and we've denied. Staff has denied their request.
Okay.
And it's not included in any action today. We've never done a study on what that request would, and we've never looked at their books. We've never opened up their financing.
Okay. And that's the same one that I remember from way back had indicated that they were not going to be requesting any funds. That's what they represented to, I know myself, I believe the city and others. So for that reason, it's not something that I can be in support of. There just have been inconsistencies and lack of transparency. So I know, again, this is specific to the density bonus. Also, the other question is whether our need in the city is for seniors at this level versus families. I know it's within a zone of the city where it's, as I understand by right, The density is discretion of council. And for that, just wanted to clarify and get understanding. I will not be supporting the item.
Got it. I thank Councilmember Sarmiento and then Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. So what I read from the staff report is that this is a non-binding commitment to allow the applicant to go out and seek some financing based upon the density bonus agreement that we would be approving.
Correct. They'll be going to the market for financing. They've had their TEFRA hearing. They've expressed things during the TEFRA hearing. I think that's what David was talking about, the references. So after they secure their approvals here, they'll be able to actually dig in the ground, and they'll be able to issue their building permits for them to start approvals. This is the last step for the city council, the last action the city council will take before they can actually start pouring foundations and doing utilities.
But they still would have to come back to us if they needed additional financing besides the...
Should they desire to secure financing, they would have to come back to the city, and city would have to do the appropriate analysis.
Got it. And I think whoever prepared the staff report was very comprehensive about the comments that were made, I think, at the previous hearing. So not to belabor the point, but the consistency with the housing element and some of the other governing documents that the council has adopted in the past to give guidance on development, especially for working families and affordable housing developments. It's clear that there's a bit of a disconnect. We certainly need the affordable housing, and I think that none of us dispute that it's the way it's configured. So my plea to the applicant would be, let's try to work with them, but also maybe in the interim, the applicant maybe revisits some of the configuration, because I believe the breakdown is some studio, some one-bedroom, and some two-bedroom, the bulk of it being one-bedroom, from what I understand.
You are correct. It's 262 one-bedroom units, 65 two-bedroom units, and 91 studios.
Got it. And I understand that this being senior housing and senior housing not being the most demanding demographic in the city, it's certainly families. That's our most demanding demographic for housing needs. To the extent that we maybe work with the applicant in the interim, seeing how we can relax some of the other requirements, because I think this maybe is a way to circumvent maybe the parking ratio requirement, and and dealing with fewer spaces. And I think because it's a senior development, you can do that. But to the extent maybe we work with them, but see how we can maybe bring it back around to maybe family housing, something to consider in the interim. So to the extent staff can work with the applicant on that.
So we'll do that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll make my comments brief. I think I still stand true to what I said at the last couple meetings ago when I discussed this project. But I just wanted to state, a couple of things. That they want to give 60% of the area median income, and obviously they're going to be able to help some Santa Ana residents, but 60% of the area median income for Santa Ana folks. The question that I have is that as we look at our home choice voucher, and with our Section 8 voucher just period, HUD is not giving us enough money to meet the market needs and the demand of what the market rents are today. Right, our seniors are on fixed incomes. More importantly, so the seniors in our city. I always ask, who are we building for? Santa Ana already has 543 senior housing units. That's what we have on the books. We're going to add 416, whatever that number is. And as you know, what the need are for our families. Our medium age here in the city of Santa Ana is 30. Orange County is aging in place, and it's aging in place more so in South County. And so if we are going to be building this kind of housing and removing a motel and a restaurant that's providing tax revenue, property and sales tax, to put in a 50-year covenant to restrict rents for 55 years, and then after that, possibly go to market rate and have to pay, market rate rents. What is the benefit to Santa Ana if the need is not senior housing and is really family housing? That's the question that I ask my colleagues up here, that I ask you as staff, and I've said it before. What is the research that's going to tell me that we need this housing? And yes, some of these units are at capacity, but they're not from Santa Ana. They've come from all over the place to move here because we've made that housing available over the years. And so it's not that I don't want to support my seniors. I want to support Santa Ana seniors. I don't want to support seniors from the rest of this region. We have a responsibility and an obligation to help our residents. We are in a housing crisis. We have major problems, and it's not that I don't support housing, but it's how we're building housing. We're going status quo. We need to do better. You cannot build standalone of senior housing or affordable housing anymore. It does not pencil out for this city. We cannot remove properties off the property tax rolls anymore. Santa Ana has a financial crisis, a housing crisis. We have to be smarter about how we're going to develop and making sure that we're able to capture the revenue that we need to pay for our police officers, our firefighters, and our rest of our staff.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Councilmember Villegas?
Mr. Mayor, it's going to be Councilmember Solorio on the second on that.
Okay. So, but I thought we had a motion by...
I make the motion.
By Councilmember Fina, I had earlier. Second by Solorio. Okay. So with that, any more comment? Councilmember Solorio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do support this item. We do need more affordable housing. We need affordable housing for a variety of folks. We have to start somewhere, including seniors. I think, too, as we move forward with projects like this, we want to market these kinds of opportunities for our residents. So that's one way that we can try to have more residents here benefit. And then oftentimes, too, there's step-up opportunities where maybe there's seniors living, let's say, in a bigger home, and they don't need a bigger home. They want to maybe live in an apartment, and that could, free up a single-family home in Santa Ana, and that's another way that Santa Ana families could benefit. So I think there are a lot of benefits to this. We have many communities where it's tough to build new housing of any type. So I'm really proud that our city staff has worked with the surrounding communities and the developers to make this opportunity a reality. So I'm very proud to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one comment. You don't need to stand up there anymore. And that is that I'm going to support it as well. And the reason is, I think as you think of seniors, they often are the least able to, defend their situation. They might be on Social Security, fixed income. They can't work anymore. Limited mobility. There's all sorts of difficulties that come with extreme age. And I bet you that there's seniors in this town, like everybody else, that also need assistance. So with that, those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
So we have 3 noes. So motion fails. Or no, passes. You don't need 5 for this. You need 4.
4 to 3, yes.
Got it.
And clerk, do you have the no votes? Do you know who they were? Thank you.
All right. So with that, our next item, I'm going to... Councilmember Benavides, you requested which item?
It's actually Councilwoman's Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I know, we have people, the public.
Yeah, we have a lot of speakers. Let me hear speakers, and then we'll bring it back. Matthew Buck, please. Followed by Christina Shackler.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Matthew Buck. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs with the California Apartment Association. We represent the large members in the apartment industry. I just want to share with you that, like I said back in February on your housing challenges and affordable challenges, we're here with the city to help. We're doing everything we can. I have reached out to staff. We're working closely. Code enforcement, the city manager's office. I've attended several committee meetings. I've also attended the budget meetings. I'm trying to get as much information out of what's going on in the city of Santa Ana and learning what the challenges are from top to bottom, and hopefully we can help move forward with that. The housing industry is definitely going to be part of the solution for moving forward on this affordable housing challenge. And I look forward to working with you guys and continuing on the relationships and making real solutions and being at the table with you guys and staff and continuing those relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Followed by Bill Christensen.
Hi, members of the City Council. Christine Schachter with the Pacific West Association of Realtors. We represent about 12,000 real estate agents here locally, along with 200,000 members statewide and about 1.3 million nationwide, investing in private property rights as well as home ownership. And we want to let you know that we continue to be a partner in providing housing affordability for all, along with solutions locally that can contribute to home ownership and improving and increasing number of housing units for all available within Santa Ana. So thank you for your time. And again, if you need anything from us, do feel free to reach out. Thank you again.
Thank you, Bill. Followed by Ario Cortez.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Christensen. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment Association of Orange County. We just wanted to be here this evening because we know that there's a housing crisis, and we are Santa Ana residents as well. We have about 3,000 association members, many of them in Santa Ana, which our offices are as well. And we just want to be here this evening to say that we want to be partners with the city, we want to be partners with the staff, and we want to be part of your solution. Thank you.
Jairo Cortez, followed by Azuri Ramos.
Good evening, members of the council. The high cost of rents, evictions, and displacement in Santa Ana have created tenuous conditions for our residents. But you have the power to implement concrete policy solutions that protect our residents' right to remain and thrive. As you've seen in the last few days and the last few months, over 9,000 voters in our city gave their signature to support rent control, as well as other tenant protections here in Santa Ana. And many more of our residents who are immigrants and who do not have the right to vote express their support. Along with the high cost of rents, our residents face numerous other challenges, including the threat of lead contamination and the loss of our public resources. But we are Santa Ana, and we've come to present a series of concrete policy proposals to protect our residents' right to remain and thrive. Thank you.
Azuri Ramos, followed by Sarai Araparpo.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name is Isuri Ramos, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Kennedy Commission. I'm speaking in support of this platform and the demands that we are presenting here tonight so that residents in Santa Ana can remain and thrive. And I'm also here to speak specifically in support of the creation of a tenant-based rental assistance program. So here in Santa Ana, we know that the reality is that we do not have enough affordable housing. We will not have enough affordable housing being built. And this is especially true for families with extremely low incomes. We need to provide immediate assistance right now to keep more families from becoming homeless. According to the City of Santa Ana's general plan and its housing element, we know that 57% of renters in Santa Ana spend more than 90% of their income towards housing costs. That means that 57% of our renters, of our residents, are rent burdened, leaving them with less money to spend on basic necessities like food, healthcare, medicine, transportation, school supplies, and the list goes on. So we're here to ask you tonight to really consider this platform and to please invest in renters, and that's how you're going to prevent homelessness. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sarai Araparpo, followed by Adela Rios.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Saraí Arpero y soy parte de la coalición de Tu Santana. Soy residente y he vivido aquí en esta ciudad por más de 15 años. El día de hoy estoy con este comentario en nombre de todas las personas que son parte de este movimiento. Mujeres, niñas, niños, hombres, padres, madres, comunidad deshabilitada, LGBTQ, estudiantes, adultos mayores y mil disculpas si olvidé a alguien más. Como saben, la coalición de Tu Santana, conformada por 14 organizaciones y miles de residentes, hemos tenido el valor de trabajar de lunes a domingo sin ninguna paga, colectando firmas para poner una ley y controlar las rentas aquí en Santana. Personas con papeles y sin papeles, con miedo y sin miedo, recorrimos las calles de Santana de día y de noche para lograr nuestra meta. El día de ayer fue histórico para nosotros. Logramos recaudar 9,299 firmas, las cuales no fueron suficientes. En estos 6 meses conocimos más de 9,000 personas. Muchas de ellas querían firmar y no podían. Este es un recibo de las 9,299 firmas, sin contar las otras miles que están siendo afectadas por los desplazamientos a través de los incrementos injustificados en las rentas. Es inhumano que más del 73% de nuestros salarios se vayan en pagar rentas y sobrevivir con el resto. Una vez más podemos demostrar que un proceso democrático en esta situación no funciona, donde un 40% de la población no puede firmar una petición por no ser votante. Hoy día estamos aquí con nuestros representantes electos, donde reconocemos que en estos años muchos de ustedes han servido a esta comunidad de Santana y han aprobado leyes. Un ejemplo es la ley Santuario aquí en Santana. Pero también es increíble que no estén protegiendo a nuestra comunidad, donde el 56% de los residentes somos inquilinos, viviendo como podemos, no como queremos. Ustedes tienen el deber de dejarnos a nosotros y a nuestras siguientes generaciones una protección con un control de rentas, donde aseguremos que permanecer y prosperar, donde no tendremos que preocuparnos del miedo a ser desplazados por un aumento injustificado de renta o por un desalojo injusto. Exigimos su legado a favor de los residentes de Santana. La ley de control de rentas solo permitiría subir la renta una vez al año en un máximo del 5% de la renta que están pagando actualmente. Establecer una mesa directiva que se asegure de la implementación de la ley. Esta mesa directiva asegurará que los inquilinos estemos protegidos de represalias por pedir una vivienda digna. Y nada más para dejarles saber, los residentes que no están esta noche hoy aquí están trabajando para poder pagar su renta al fin de mes. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Sarai Arpero, and I'm part of the coalition for Santa Ana. I'm a resident, and I've lived in this city for over 15 years. Today, I'm here on behalf of all the people who are part of this movement: women, boys, girls, men, women, parents, mothers, community, disabled community, LGBT community, students, and many, many others. I'm sorry if I forget to mention some more. As you know, the Coalition for Santa Ana, formed by 14 organizations and thousands of residents, we've had the courage to work Monday through Sunday with no pay, collecting signatures in order to put a rent control measure to vote. And for people who with papers, without papers, people who are afraid and people who are not afraid, we walked the streets of Santa Ana day and night to achieve our goal. And today was a historic day because we collected 9,299 signatures, which were not enough. In these 6 months, we met over 9,000 people who wanted, and many of them wanted to sign but could not. This is the receipt of the 9,299 signatures, and not counting the thousands of others that are affected, and being afraid of being displaced, and because of unjust rent increments, rent increases. And it's inhumane that over 73% of our salary goes to pay rent, and we have to survive with the rest. Once again, we have to demonstrate the democratic process, and the situation does not work where 40% of the population cannot sign just because they are not voters. Today, we are here with our elected representatives, and we have We've supported you for many years. We voted for you for many years who have served in this community of Santa Ana. And you have approved laws such as the sanctuary city and that are not protecting our community. And over 56% of the residents, we are renters. We're living how we can, not how we want. You have the obligation to give the next generations a protection with rent control, where we are assured to remain and thrive. So we don't have to worry of the fear of being displaced because of the high increases in rent, unfair rent, and evictions, unjust evictions. We demand a legacy in favor of the residents of Santa Ana. The rent control law would allow rent increase only once a year, a maximum of 5% over the current rent. To establish a board that is ensuring the implementation of this law. This board will ensure that the tenants are protected and that are no reprisals against them. And finally, there are many people who wanted to be here, but they cannot because they are working tonight.
Adela Rios, followed by Juan Carlos Machado. Adalia Rios, followed by Juan Carlos Machado. Oh, Adela,
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Idalia Ríos y es un placer estar aquí. Gracias por escucharnos. Estoy aquí porque necesitamos su apoyo en la plataforma de permanecer y prosperar. Y cuando digo su apoyo es porque ese problema de la vivienda nos está afectando a nivel ciudad. Y tristemente en el último tiempo no hemos visto mucho apoyo de su parte. Lo que a mí me preocupa es que al servir como parte de DAC en el distrito, nos enteramos que 5,902 niños están en situación de calle. Y yo pienso, los que tienen hijos aquí, no sé si se les piensan un poquito en qué pasaría si sus hijos los consideraran en su distrito como homeless. Es algo de pensar que ustedes pueden remediar con un solo voto. Ayer fue un momento histórico porque logramos colectar 9,299 firmas para tener un control de renta. Y si queremos un control de renta, lo único que necesitamos son 4 votos más. Cada año hay más de 500 desalojos en la ciudad de Santa Ana. Y cuando estoy diciendo 500 desalojos, quiere decir que son 500 porque el sheriff se ha tenido que involucrar. Eso estamos diciendo que hay mucha gente, muchos residentes en Santa Ana que ni siquiera conocen sus derechos y ese número se puede triplicar porque tienen miedo y ni siquiera esperan a que su desalojo de 3 días sea eficaz, porque se tienen que ir ya por el miedo, ni siquiera esperan a que el sheriff llegue. Cuando empezamos esa campaña de Tu Santa Ana, muchas familias empezaron a venir a nosotros pidiendo ayuda. Tristemente, todos nosotros somos voluntarios. A duras penas si tenemos para nosotros y ver esa necesidad en nuestra comunidad, el ver esa necesidad en la ciudad, es triste. Es triste porque no está en nuestras manos solucionarlo. Estoy aquí porque quiero que ustedes, si tienen un corazón, que yo sé que todos ustedes tienen un techo y tienen unos hijos, hagan algo por la ciudad de Santa Ana. Santa Ana necesita un control de renta. Santa Ana necesita que los que están ahí sentados vean que tienen un corazón y de verdad les importa su ciudad. Antes de que se vayan, dejen un legado, que ustedes han hecho la diferencia, que no se han dejado comprar, sino que realmente son seres humanos que tienen piedad de todas estas familias que están siendo desalojadas. Necesitamos 4 votos y por favor les pido que apoyen esta plataforma. Buenas noches.
My name is Daria Rios, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for listening to us. I am here to ask you to support to support this, what we're doing here. Housing is an issue that affects us all. We've been to. I have not seen the support from some of you lately, but we need your support now. I was at the DAC meeting yesterday, and we found out that 5,902 children are in a homeless situation. So I don't know if you can put this in perspective. If you can think, if you have your own children, what would you think if your own children were considered homeless? I'm telling you that you can fix this very easily with a vote. We have 9,299 signatures supporting rent control, but it's not enough, and we need 4 more signatures to make this happen. Last year, there were over 500 evictions in Santa Ana that were documented, and I say this because for these 500, the sheriff was involved, and this number, many of the residents in Santa Ana do not know their rights, and this number would have been tripled because people were afraid and did not have to wait their 3 days so that the sheriff would get involved, so the numbers would be higher. The families came to us for support, for help. We had to help. We helped them. We are volunteers. We are not much better than they are, but there's a great need in the city of Santa Ana, and it is very sad. I'm here because I want to know that you have a heart, and you have a roof over your head, and you have your children. Think of that. And Santa Ana needs rent control. Santa Ana needs for people to see that you care. Please leave a legacy before you go. Please let us know that you have not been bought. We need the 4 votes, so please support this platform.
Juan Carlos Macedo, followed by Reina Artero.
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Estoy aquí para hablar acerca de la ordenanza de oportunidad de vivienda y agregar al 75% que es requisito mínimo de vivienda accesible. Cuando los urbanizadores quieren construir proyectos en la ciudad, la mayor parte no es accesible a la comunidad de vivienda de bajos recursos. La vivienda accesible que se construye no es para esa gente. Cuando los requisitos se basan en un ingreso de $88,000 al año, es un ingreso medio, ignora la realidad en Santa Ana. Cuando el ingreso medio es de $54,000 al año. Necesitamos una garantía de vivienda accesible para bajos recursos extremos. 30% de la población gana menos del 35% al año. Esto significa que hay 100,000 personas en la ciudad que necesitan vivienda y están siendo excluidas por las políticas de vivienda accesible. Entonces, yo en mi experiencia no he podido aplicar para estas viviendas porque o es muy alta o no cumple con mis ingresos. Y también les hacemos la petición de que escuchen todas nuestras demandas y gracias, pasen buena noche.
Good evening. I'm here to ask you for the housing opportunity reform, and to add that 75% that is a minimum requirement to have accessible housing. When the builders want to develop projects in the city, it's for affordable housing that is built. It's not really affordable for the people who are the most needy. And when requirements are based on an income of $88,000 as a median income, they ignore the reality of Santa Ana when the median income is $54,000. We need a guarantee of accessible housing for extremely low income people. 30% of the population earns less than $35,000 a year, which means that there are over 100,000 people in the city that need housing that are being excluded by our accessible housing policies. So even I myself have applied, and I cannot apply for this housing because the numbers are too high for my income. So please listen to our demands.
Reina Artero.
Buenas noches, alcalde, concejales y personal de la ciudad. Mi nombre es Reina Artero. He tenido la oportunidad de conocerlos y de que ustedes me conozcan a mí. Hoy vengo a hablar en apoyo a la plataforma de Permanecer y Prosperar y presentarles la propuesta de la ley de oportunidad de compra de inquilino. Esta es una ley que ha estado en vigencia en la capital de Washington, D.C. por más de 30 años. Permite que si un dueño de casa o apartamentos quiere vender, lo ofrezca en venta primero a sus inquilinos. De esta manera, inquilinos han comprado complejos de apartamentos enteros en Washington, D.C. como cooperativas de vivienda. Si esta ley existiera en Santa Ana, quizás mi vida sería muy distinta ahora. Como les he compartido a algunos de ustedes, yo tengo 26 años viviendo en Santa Ana, en la misma casa. Santa Ana ha sido mi hogar desde que dejé mi país, pero hace unos meses mi situación cambió. Pusieron mi casa de 26 años en venta y no se me avisó. Busqué ayuda y me puse de acuerdo con mi familia para hacer una oferta de compra, pero el dueño ya había recibido demasiadas ofertas antes de la mía. Vendieron mi casa y el terreno a un lado en efectivo. Fueron unos inversionistas que pudieron aprovecharse de mi espacio que está en la calle 4. Ahora mismo no sé en dónde voy a vivir. Me preocupo que me echen de Santa Ana después de tanto que he dado aquí. Me preocupa que la calle 4 ya no sea de nosotros. Disculpen. Me preocupa la situación que se pone cada vez peor. Agradezco que varios de ustedes hayan respondido a mi llamado. El personal de la ciudad me está apoyando a ver cuáles son mis opciones. Sin embargo, mi situación no está aún resuelta.
Reina,
como yo,
cuando pueda,
hay cientos de personas
concluya, por favor.
en Santa Ana. Esto no es un caso de persona a persona. Esto es un problema sistemático. Y ustedes, como nuestros elegidos, tienen en sus manos de cambiar estas situaciones y ayudarnos. Por favor, aprueben las varias propuestas de la plataforma Permanecer y Prosperar para que sigamos en Santa Ana por muchos años más. Yo no me quiero ir de Santa Ana. Quiero vivir, permanecer y prosperar aquí. Gracias por escucharme.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Reina Artero, and I have the opportunity to know you and for you to know me. I'm here to ask and to support the platform of Remain and Thrive and to present to you the proposal of Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. This is a law that has been enacted in Washington, D.C. for more than 30 years, which allows the owner of a home or apartment complex, if they want to sell, to offer offer it for sale first to the tenants. This way, if the tenants, in this way, tenants have have purchased entire apartment complexes in Washington, D.C. as a housing cooperative. If this law was in existence in Santa Ana, my life today would be very different. As I've shared with some of you, I've been living in Santa Ana for 26 years in the same house. Santa Ana has been my home since I left my country, but a few months ago, they put my house for sale. The house that I've had for 26 years for sale, and nobody told me. I sought help, and I agreed with my family to make an offer, a purchase offer, but the owner had already received too many offers before mine. They sold the house from under me and the land next to it for cash. It was some investors who could take advantage of my space, which is on 4th Street. Right now, I don't know where I'm going to live. I'm concerned that they kick me out of Santa Ana after everything I've given here. I'm concerned that 4th Street will not be ours any longer. I'm concerned about the situation that is worse every day. I thank you that you have responded to my calls. The city staff has supported me to see what my options are. However, my situation is not resolved yet, and I, just like the hundreds of people in Santa Ana, this is not a case that's person to person or individual case. This is a systemic problem, and you as our elected officials have it in your hands to change these situations to help us. So please approve the proposal of the platform Thrive to remain and thrive so that we can continue in Santa Ana for many more years. I do not want to leave Santa Ana. I want to live, to remain and thrive here. Thank you for listening.
Karen Rodriguez, followed by Enrique Valencia.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karen Rodriguez. I'm a resident here in Santa Ana, and I'm going to be speaking on item 85A, the People's Platform, in regards to public lands. But I do want to start off by saying those who support the People's Platform in public lands, ellos a quien apoyan la plataforma, ¿se pueden levantar conmigo? I just want to make sure you all notice who is here to speak to you today. These are all people being affected by your decisions, by your decision to make these public lands on tax roll instead of community development. These people will be directly affected. I oppose and urge the council to stop the sale of public land without a process that allows the community to directly benefit from the development of the lots, and that allows residents early, meaningful, and direct decision-making for the use of the lands. Irresponsible development in Santa Ana has been fatal to our community. Santa Ana residents are seeing that their city no longer serves them. Instead of continuously prioritizing profit-driven projects such as luxury apartments, expensive grocery stores, clothing stores, and businesses, the city has the opportunity to provide the residents with affordable housing, parks, community centers, and spaces for micro businesses. Over 90 open lots in Santa Ana can be made available for responsible, transparent, and community-oriented development. The process needs to include retaining publicly owned land and making them serve our community needs, and including direct residential participation and input in any established decision-making process. Development without transparency and accountability betrays every resident here and is dirty politics. The proposed policy on tonight's agenda, the real property disposition policy, agenda item 19E, does not include these crucial and essential requirements to ensure that living conditions of low-income, working-class families are enhanced and prioritized. Tonight, the real property disposition policy cannot be received and filed. I urge you to support the People's Platform. The residents of Santa Ana deserve more. The City Council should not receive and file the real property disposition tonight, not now and not ever. We deserve our community lands
please wrap up.
in
Your time is
community
up.
hands. Again, we deserve our community lands in community hands and an actual process that requires residential input and decision-making power.
Thank you. Enrique Valencia, followed by Moisés Vázquez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Enrique Valencia. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I am a part of Orange County Environmental Justice, and I'm here in full support of the People's Platform to Remain and Prosper. I'm actually here to speak more in depth about one of the demands, which is lead soil mitigation. So some of you may be aware that back in 2017, Think Progress published a report showing that there's quite a bit of lead contamination across the city of Santa Ana. And so lead is something that's invisible, but we know that it is extremely toxic. It's something that's really harmful to the health of all residents, particularly the children of Santa Ana. And we know that it creates neurological difficulties as well as child development issues. So we in our organization, we actually are building on that work that was done back in 2017, and we're doing a comprehensive study of the soil of Santa Ana to provide more evidence of what's going on here in the city. And so we're here to urge you to ask to ensure that no area in Santa Ana has more than 80 parts per million of lead in the soil. And that's actually the figure that was presented by the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. That's the number that they came up with as the maximum amount that is safe. And we know that some soils in Santa Ana exceed that amount. So please support the platform, and please stand with us and ensure that we have a standard of maximum lead contamination here in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, Moisés. Followed by Emily Perraza.
Good evening. My name is Moisés Vázquez. When I was a youth here in Santa Ana many years ago, my parents both worked 2 jobs, and it was still hard to pay rent at the end of the month. My parents had to rent one of our rooms in our apartment to someone else to be able to make ends meet at the end of the month. Today, many of the youth that I work with live in the same conditions, living in crowded spaces with not a space for their own to do their homework, to do their studies, and this cannot go on for too long more. We need to invest in youth and support this platform, and invest in our youth and rent control now. ¿Qué queremos? Rent control. Thank you, guys.
Emily, followed by Araceli Robles.
Hello, good evening. Mi nombre es Emily Peraza, and I'm here in support of the policies being proposed today. Investing in youth does not mean having uncontrolled rent here in the city of Santa Ana. Investing in youth means having affordable housing for our youth and their families here. Because the rent is too high, many of our youth and our family are being left displaced or living in overcrowded spaces all throughout the city. Youth are being left to worry and stress, which is negatively impacting their development. This can be positively changed with the rent control being implemented. Not only has this affected my peers, but it has personally affected my family members as well. This isn't something that a youth should be worrying about, knowing whether the place that they're living in is going to be the place that they're living in next month even. I seriously urge all of you to please be thoughtful of all the youth and the family here and pass the rent control. Thank you.
Araceli, followed by Donisa Gabriel.
Buenas noches a todos los de la mesa directiva de aquí de la ciudad. Mi nombre es Araceli Robles. Yo vivo por la calle Ross y la calle 10. Yo vengo a apoyar la plataforma que estamos trayendo esta noche nuestros compañeros y yo, porque eso es lo que necesitamos en nuestra ciudad. Nosotros venimos a hablar por todas las personas que no están teniendo la oportunidad de estar presentes. Si ahorita todos en esta sala sacáramos un billete de $1, tiene el mismo valor. Entonces, ¿por qué nosotros las personas que a veces por cualquier condición no podemos ejercer nuestro voto, en estos momentos no tenemos el derecho de permanecer y prosperar? ¿Por qué la salud mental de nuestros niños se ve tan afectada cuando somos desalojados? Yo hace 2 años fui desalojada de mi casa, quedé a 3 días de estar sin vivienda y eso no se lo merece nadie en este mundo, yo pienso, porque nosotros somos seres humanos, pagamos impuestos al igual que todas las personas residentes, ciudadanos, todas las personas pagamos los mismos impuestos, pagamos, nuestro dinero tiene el mismo valor que todos. Yo les pido que porque se tomen un poquito de su tiempo y realmente apoyen el control de rentas, que no vendan nuestra ciudad, porque Santa Ana no se vende, se ama y se defiende y nosotros vamos a estar defendiéndola mientras sigamos en esta ciudad, porque nosotros tenemos que permanecer y prosperar por amor a nuestros hijos y confiamos en que ustedes realmente nos escuchen y no nomás nos digan, ok, ya tu tiempo terminó, que te vaya bien para cumplir una agenda.
Dionisa Gabriel.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Araceli Robles, and I live on Ross and 10th, and I'm here to support the platform that that we bring you here. We need this. This is well needed in our city, especially for all the people who can't be here, who can't be here. If we all took out $1 here today, it would all have the same value. So why people who can't vote don't have the same value? They don't have the opportunity to remain and thrive. 2 years ago, I myself was evicted, and it's a very hard and difficult situation. No one deserves to be treated like that. We all pay taxes. We're all the same. Residents and everybody else is the same. So please take the time to support the rent control. Santa Ana is not for sale. Santa Ana is here for us to love it and defend it, so that we can all remain and thrive. So and we want you to listen to us, not only to tell us that our time is up.
Gabriel, and then Alma Leiva.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Dionisia Gabriel, pertenezco al grupo vecindario Ley Sin Acción. Yo soy la comunidad y vengo a pedirles que, por eso dice nosotros los residentes de Santa Ana, de permanecer y prosperar. De Santa Ana demandamos que el Concilio de Santa Ana apruebe las reformas y plataformas para incrementar la protección de los inquilinos, especialmente los de la comunidad emigrante, ya que la ciudad se declaró un santuario para los residentes indocumentados que viven en Santa Ana, así como la ciudad tomó una posición de no ayudarle a ICE con deportaciones de residentes. También queremos que hagan lo mismo para prevenir desalojos y desplazamientos y a la venta de tierras comunitarias. Y por favor les quiero pedir que se pongan un momento en nuestro lugar. En nuestra comunidad está sufriendo mucho los desalojos y queremos que por favor nos apoyen. Ustedes tienen hijos y supongo que ustedes también van a sentir feo que sus hijos anden como homeless y queremos que por favor nos ayuden. Y somos los más vulnerables, son nuestros niños que están sufriendo más la consecuencia de estar sin un hogar. Y por favor apóyenos. Gracias.
I'm here to ask you to support this Remain and Thrive. We are here in Santa Ana, the residents and all, we all want to remain and thrive. That's why the residents of Santa Ana, we demand that the City Council approves the reforms in this Remain and Thrive platform to increase protections for tenants, especially for the migrant community, because the city declared itself a sanctuary city for undocumented residents that live in Santa Ana, and the city took the position not to help out ICE with deportations of residents. We also want you to do the same to avoid to avoid evictions, displacements, and the sale of community lands. So please, we ask you to please support our platform to remain and thrive, and to avoid the eviction of people. People suffer a lot when they're evicted, and you have children. You wouldn't want them to be homeless. They're the most vulnerable. They suffer a lot with homelessness.
Alma Leiva, luego Silvia Avendaño.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Alma Leiva, and I work here in Santana. I would like to express my support for the People's Platform brought to you tonight. Through my work with Santana residents, I have seen firsthand the amount of stress and hardship that the increasingly high rents have on families. Santana tenants are fighting a lonely uphill battle to remain and provide stable homes for their families. We need council to support and leadership to create a level playing field for folks that live here in Santana. High rents are not the only thing that residents have to worry about. Many of the folks I work with have faced unjust evictions and live in fear of speaking up because anything can get them evicted. We need you to pass the platform that includes rent control and just cause eviction protection citywide. The residents of Santana deserve to remain and prosper here in their city, and this is an opportunity for you all to leave a legacy of equity and to stand up for the thousands of residents in Santana whose life can be positively impacted by this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Followed by Adela Montañez.
Buenas noches. Yo soy Silvia Avendaño, viví 17 años en la ciudad de Santana. Fui desalojada del 305 de la Main. Lágrimas ya no tengo, ya lloré bastante. Sentí mucho el trauma de ser desalojada después de 17 años. Y ahora lo que les pido es que está en sus manos, y por eso estamos aquí. Estamos pidiendo, ¿verdad?, que pasen a la historia como aprobando, ¿verdad?, el control de renta, el alto a los desalojos y que nos permitan permanecer, ¿verdad?, y prosperar en Santana. Yo no puedo decir más, es un trauma vivir de ser desalojado, que tu familia se fracture, que los niños se traumen, que mi mascota se pierda. Yo no tuve hijos, se me perdió en el traslado, no la encuentro, la busco por las calles todos los días. Yo solo les pido que nos ayuden y que pasen a la historia como una organización que hizo mucho por toda la gente que estamos sufriendo. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Silvia Avendaño, and I lived in Santana for 17 years. I say lived because I was evicted from 305 Main Street, and I've cried all my tears. There's no more tears to cry. It's a very traumatic process to be evicted after 17 years, and now this thing is in your hands. We're asking you to make history here to approve by approving rent control and to avoid evictions from people. It was a traumatic experience to be evicted. Eviction is traumatic. It fractures families. It loses pets. I lost my pet, a pet that I loved, and I keep looking for my pet on the streets every day. So please help us tonight and make history by helping the people who are suffering.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Adela Montañez y yo trabajo en la ciudad de Santana por 22 años con la comunidad. Y recuerdo en mis años de juventud, cuando fui a la escuela, un autor español, Salvador Allende, que dijo estas palabras: escuchadme, soberanos y vasallos, nadie tiene derecho a lo superfluo mientras alguien carezca de lo estricto. Y esto es muy profundo, una filosofía muy profunda, porque cada día que yo voy a esa comunidad y escucho a los niños con traumas porque están viviendo en los carros, a niños que están viviendo problemas de aprendizaje en las escuelas por falta de un hogar, porque no saben si van a vivir en la calle 5 o en la calle 4. ¿No? Entonces, y también escucho a esa comunidad decir qué podemos hacer. El lema de la organización en donde yo trabajo dice: la participación hace la diferencia. Pero ¿la participación de quién? De la comunidad, de las personas que nos representan como ustedes, como el Concilio de la Ciudad. Unirnos todos, las organizaciones no lucrativas, las empresas, aquellas personas que tienen el dinero y el poder para hacer el cambio en la comunidad. A veces nosotros no lo vemos, pero el día de mañana no sabemos si alguno de nuestros hijos o nuestros familiares necesiten esa ayuda que ahora podemos proveer en el poder y en la calidad que tenemos como seres humanos. Yo les pido que por favor capaciten y que esa oración que pronunciamos en el inicio de esta reunión, esa oración les dé la sabiduría de poder elegir realmente la decisión correcta, porque la mayoría de la gente que está aquí nos necesita, los necesitamos y queremos hacer esa diferencia. Por favor, piensen que esta plataforma es algo que es importante para nosotros, para poder seguir adelante en esta ciudad y hacerla grande como nosotros apoyando, porque ya se me acabó el tiempo, pero las personas que hacen una diferencia están aquí. Gracias, y ustedes son parte de esa diferencia. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Adela Montañez, and I've been working for the Santa Ana community for 22 years. When I was young and I went to school, I had a visit from a Spanish poet, Salvador Allende, and he said, listen, rulers and the commoners, people do not have the right to the superfluous when others are lacking the basics. So children are suffering trauma by living in cars. Their learning is troubled because they don't know if they'll have housing. They don't know whether they'll be living in 4th Street tonight or 5th Street tonight. They don't know. My organization has a motto that participation makes a difference, but participation from whom? From the representatives, from all of us together, from you who are here in the front, from the nonprofits, from the businesses, from the people who have the money in the community. We don't know if in the future your own children will have this need. My children will have this need in the future. So I would like you to think about this situation. And also we had the invocation at the beginning of the meeting, and he asked for wisdom. So I ask you for the wisdom to make the right decision here tonight. The people here need you. The people need you to make a difference. This platform is important for the people for us to help this city prosper. And by supporting it. People who make a difference are here, and you are part of those people who can make a difference.
Elizabeth Martinez, followed by Jonathan Hernandez. Elizabeth Martinez.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Yo estoy aquí porque soy residente de Santa Ana. También soy inquilino también. Entonces, esta plataforma vengo a apoyar esta plataforma porque también a mí me afecta, ¿verdad? Y como voluntaria de algunas escuelas me he dado cuenta que hay muchas personas que están viviendo en carros. Muchos jóvenes han tenido problemas por eso. Apoyo lo que dijo mi compañera Adela, que a veces, por ejemplo, ellos no saben qué día van a vivir en qué calle, ¿verdad? Van a dormir en qué calle, entonces con el temor de que la policía los vaya pues les vayan a dar un ticket. Entonces, yo creo que ese es un problema muy grande que tenemos ahorita aquí en Santa Ana, y
yo creo que todos podemos estar hablando mucho del tema, pero lo que queremos es una solución a este problema y que ustedes como miembros del concilio que nos apoyen en esto, con las organizaciones no lucrativas y la comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm here as a resident of Santa Ana and a renter, so I'm here to support this platform because I am directly affected by it. As a school volunteer, I see many people who have this problem, who have children who are living in cars. And as Adela said, there are many children who don't know on which street they will be sleeping tonight, and they're afraid that the police might see them and ticket them. It's a big problem here in Santa Ana, so we can talk a lot, but we want solutions instead. The city, we want you to support this, situation, and thank you.
Jonathan Hernandez, followed by Nancy Mejia. Jonathan Hernandez, followed by Nancy Mejia.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jonathan Hernandez. I'm a resident and homeowner in the city of Santa Ana, and I'm here today to support the policy put forth by the people. Many of you claim to have public safety as a top priority as elected officials. There will be no public safety without housing security. The city of Santa Ana claims to be education first. There will be no one to educate as you continue to eradicate families from their homes. Without supporting housing stability, you are directly harming the seniors that live within our city of Santa Ana. You are dismantling public education by not supporting this housing ordinance, and you are contributing to the homeless crisis that we are facing in the city of Santa Ana. I ask that you each take yourselves outside of these seats and remember that these people elected you to serve these residents here. What you guys are doing is harming the families that trusted you to make decisions for the betterment of our city. This is irresponsible. If there are council members here that are not going to be supportive of this policy, and shame on you if you vote no on this.
Nancy Mejia, followed by Gemma Juarez.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually going to join my comment with Andrew and Camila, so he's going to go first.
Hello, my name is Andrew. And my name is Camila.
Go ahead.
We are students at Garfield Gator Elementary School, and we both love math. The reason why we're here because there's nearly 6,000 kids that don't have homes, and I want you, the city government, to make clean neighborhoods and homes where they can play there. Thank you.
You want to say something else? Stay here. Hi, everyone. So my name is Nancy Mejia. I work with Latino Health Access, and we're part of the coalition that is coming before you today, and we strongly support this platform, and we're urging you to approve these policies. Over the years, we've come time and time again asking for you to adopt policies, and you have told us that these issues need comprehensive solutions. Today, we are bringing a package of comprehensive solutions. And just like Andrew and Camila, I just want to share 3 statistics that have been on my mind the last few days. One is that 40% of the population in Santa Ana cannot vote. 30% of the population makes less than $35,000 in household income. And 30% of the population spends more than 60% of their income on rent. So that's about 100,000 people in this city that have the right to remain and prosper. So there are 100,000 more Camilas and Andrews in this city that deserve the right for you to stand up and And instead of having us collect 10,000 signatures to put this on the ballot, we know that we only need 4, and they're all sitting here today. So you have the option of adopting these policies. And I really want you to think about, do you have the political will? We have families that have put a lot on the line the last few years. They have put on the line their apartments, their housing. Some of them have been threatened with evictions. Their rents have been raised. ICE has been called on them. You have heard some of their testimonies today. I'm going to ask you, what are you putting on the line? Are you willing to put as much on the line as they have? And so we urge you today to really consider this platform and to support the families that are here today and that are all working and can't be here. Thank you.
Gema Juárez, Danieria García después.
Hello, good evening. I'm Gema Suárez with a S. And I've been a volunteer of El Centro Cultural de Mexico. One thing that I learned there was the importance of participatory democracy, and that is something that that here, like, it should be practiced. And well, right, today it's a really good opportunity for you to just adopt the how do you call it in English? Remain and Prosper platform. Instead of 9,000 signatures that were already collected from renters or voters in Santa Ana, we just need 4 signatures or 4 people to approve this, right? And just pass it. It seems very easy. So en español, yo soy voluntaria del Centro Cultural de México ya por unos 10 años. Algo que aprendí ahí es la participación democrática y la importancia de que eso se ponga en práctica, que parece que eso no está ocurriendo aquí en la ciudad. Pero hoy es un muy buen día para adoptar esa plataforma de permanecer y prosperar. Y solo se necesitan 4 votos de ustedes para que esto pase, y es muy fácil. No hay, lo pueden hacer hoy. Sí se puede y sí lo pueden, y eso es lo que se exige. And that's what it's being demanded. Thank you.
Thank you. Dainera Garcia, followed by Isabel Lopez.
Good evening. It would be a better evening if we passed rent control today, but my name is Dainera Garcia, and I'm an organizer with Tu Santa Ana, and I'm an adamant supporter of the platform to remain and prosper. For the last 5 months, we have canvassed across the city and gathered thousands of signatures to protect the livelihoods of thousands of people who are struggling to pay rent. We have seen everything from 1-bedroom apartments crammed with 5, 6, 7 people to recently evicted single mothers of 4 kids with disabilities with nowhere to go and little money to spare. Families who have had to compromise food for rent several times a week, who are living off cup noodles and quesadillas for breakfast and dinner. Children living with strangers because they have no other place to live. Children living in cars. I have met trans women of color, undocumented trans women, many disowned by their families, who already struggle to find a job, struggling the hardest to not be evicted. Trans women are among the most vulnerable, as they do not only deal with unstable working and living conditions, but also fear harassment and violence every time we walk on the streets. High rents affect trans women of color first. Pushed into the streets, many of us go missing, and no one gives a damn. Rent control and rent assistance programs are a matter of life or death. I have been that person, forced to share a room with several people due to rising rents, family unable to keep up and with rising rents and forced back to Mexico. I have been that child struggling in school due to unstable living conditions. I have been that kid and that trans woman. Tu Santa Ana and tenants have put their livelihoods and housing on the line for change. It is the people with the least who have put in the most work, who have sacrificed the most to help the community survive. And it's ironic that you all with the most to give cannot even spare a vote for this bill, for this initiative. So shame on y'all, and I hope you reconsider.
Thank you. Isabel Lopez, followed by Marco Moreno.
Good evening. I thank you all for listening for our testimonies, and you guys do an awesome job. I just want to ask for you guys to listen carefully what I'm about to say. I'm speaking as a mother, a daughter, kids. I've been all my life in Santa Ana. I'm already the third generation that's heading homeless. My grandkids are right now sleeping in the van. And I can't have them with me because I live in affordable housing and I'll get evicted. But what really, really hurted me that made me get up and speak is that I got cancer. You know, I don't want to live from here and knowing that my grandkids are homeless and I can't help them. I'm supposed to be there for my grandkids. I'm supposed to be there for my daughter. I'm supposed to help them and I can't. And then making fun of them, you know, because they're living in my daughter, Jennifer Perdoza, Dave Bertoza, Saddleback, they're president, football team, and cheerleaders. My grandkids are not thugs. They don't go to school because they're selling drugs or because they want to be gangbangers. They're out because they can't afford housing, because they don't have enough money. They're working. All my kids have ever worked. But you know what really hurted me? My grandson told me that he wants to be a criminal because he'll have a roof over his head in jail. I mean, if that doesn't hurt, what will? You know? I understand we all got to do what we got to do for our families. But I'm from Santa Ana, I've been from Santa Ana, and I'm going to be from Santa Ana. I mean, you guys do what you guys got to do, you know? Because we all have families. But just please, I just want to say, you know what? I'm gonna die pretty soon, but my kids have a home. I really do. I'm asking, I'm pleading, I'm begging. If you guys want me to go up there on my knees, I would. That's all I ask. Not much. And then for so many years helping out, for what? My grandkids tell me. For we could be homeless? So a lot of people don't want to volunteer anymore because everyone that does volunteer ends up getting the bad end of the stick. To me, it's life, you know? Old school, you know? But
thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Marco Moreno, followed by Marta Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is Marco Moreno, and my work is here in Santa Ana. And I would like to express my support for the proposals brought to you tonight. I hope that much like the collaborative effort that was highlighted and praised between the Santa Ana government and the private sector of Santa Ana, that the City Council can collaborate on the needs this coalition of Santa Ana organizations have critically considered. You guys have praised this collaborative effort. We don't have the mayor of Los Angeles calling for you guys to listen. But I'd like to express my support for rent control and to review the eviction protections citywide to help alleviate the high costs of rent on Santa Ana's low-income residents. And much like you, we want to ensure that our communities do not fall deeper and deeper into poverty and homelessness. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Marta Sanchez, followed by Alexis Nava.
Hi, my name is Marla Sanchez, and my family has lived in Santa Ana for 4 generations. I am a single, low-income mother. My 2 daughters are here with me, and we live in a house with my grandmother, who I caretake for. And I remember as a child, my grandparents telling me that they were worried about being displaced by high-income luxury apartments, by Disney encroaching in, and we live over by Willowick Golf Course, and right now we're seeing that they're trying to develop, and I'm asking you to support community land trusts because my kids would like to have a place that they can go. The park by our house is not upkept well. There's no skate parks. There's no place for our families to go and be and hang out that's not commodified. My kids would like to go and have a place where we can afford to eat, a grocery store within walking distance. I think that our families deserve that. We deserve rent control. We all deserve to stay in the city where we grew up, in the city where our families are, in the cities where our communities are here to support us. I feel like with these people behind me, they're part of my family. I don't want to move to another city. I don't want them to move to another city. I want us all to be able to stay and continue to support each other and to support our youth, to fulfill their dreams. They're our future. They deserve that. And I hope that you make the right choice here and in support of the People's Platform.
Alexis Nava, and then Deborah Castro.
Good evening, good night, Council. So my name is Alexis Teodoro, and I work for Santana Building Health Communities. I'm also a tenant here in Santana, graduated from the school district here. And I'm here to support the Remain and Thrive platform for many reasons. But more than anything, there's two things that I really want to get across, because for some of us, it's not the first time that we're here. The one thing that I think I would really like to point out to the council is that we have made policy together, collectively, that has created positive results in the city. When we do it collectively, we win, because we address our needs when we get to know each other from a one-on-one basis. I know that you know our situation, so we don't need you just to hear us. We really need you to be bold and brave. You know, we're getting closer to the end of the year. There's holidays coming up. We cannot afford to have kids being homeless in the city. That's a multi-generational issue. It happened to us when we were younger. It continues to happen. When will that bold leadership come through in Santana that stops the cycle of poverty? That's the first point that I want to get across. The second point is regarding the simple fact that people have repeated that we have collected over 9,000 signatures for rent control, but yet we know that we only need 4 tonight. So I really want you to think about how can we take the policy making in the city to be bold and brave, because that's what we need in these times. That's what we absolutely need to survive. The lack of investment costs lives, and I'm not making this up. I know you all know how it is in your wards. People die every day on the streets over violence, gang violence, the lack of investment on the youth that's multi-generational. Honestly, that needs to stop. We need that bold leadership that you have taken before, because we know that you can do it, and we need you to bring that back because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Castro, followed by David Carvajal.
Hello. Hi. I'm really nervous. This is my first time doing this. So, I'm Deborah Castro. I'm a local teacher, and I did some of the collecting of signatures for rent control and for Prop 10 in California right before that. I'm here to ask you guys to pass rent control and just cause eviction protections. My background is probably a lot different from everyone else's in the room. It usually is. Short story, when in 2016 I moved to Mountain View in Silicon Valley, and I took a job as a Spanish teacher for a very high income community. I quickly learned, as I tend to do because I'm very interested in politics, about the history of the city. And if you want to know what the end project of not having rent control looks like, you can go to Silicon Valley and find lots of people that are exactly the same in terms of socioeconomic background, in terms of ethnic background. And it was a really big wake-up call to me that pretty serious things were happening in California. I really would like Santa Ana and Orange County not to look like that. I like socioeconomic diversity. I like ethnic diversity. I'm from Peru. I was raised here. I've always had friends of many backgrounds. The last thing that I will leave you with is that I am a lifelong student of economics. Right now we have very large disruptions in the retail sector due to Amazon. We're losing thousands and thousands of jobs. And I really think that for the people who feel that they right now don't need rent control, if this is not enacted, they soon will. And I really believe that. We really need social security nets right now because things are changing really quickly. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. David, followed by Alma Lebron. Alana Lebron.
Good evening. I'm going to keep it pretty brief. My name is David Carvajal, and I am a resident of Santa Ana, born and raised in the community. Proud product of the Santa Ana Unified School District, and I'm a community health worker, working day in and day out with community members living at the intersections of economic injustice and a broken immigration system. And I see this every day. But I'm not here to speak on the experiences of other people. I'm here to speak also on the experience of my family. In the last 9 months, rent at home has increased about 25%. I did the math. About 25% in less than a year. And this is what we're seeing, that our communities are not being able to afford rent. They're having to choose over doctor's visits and food. But I just want to echo the sentiments, right? The sentiments of community members here fighting for rent stabilization, because housing justice is a migrant justice issue. Right? It is a racial justice issue, and it is also a public health issue. Some of you were elected and sit here today with the support of community members here that are in the front lines of this work. The people of Santa Ana deserve humane living conditions. What we don't deserve is a backpedaling, flip-flopping city council playing with the livelihoods of our communities. Stop lining the pockets of developers and investors. Listen to us. We need rent control. We need just cause evictions. Do it. Do it for the people you serve. Do it for the people you take pictures with every day out in the community, running elections. Do it. Thank you.
Alana, followed by Citali Ruiz.
Good evening. My name is Alana Lebron. I'm an assistant professor of public health and Chicano Latino studies at the University of California at Irvine, and I work here in Santa Ana. I'm here in solidarity with the coalition and the People's Platform to Remain and Prosper. As was mentioned earlier this evening, a recent investigative report found that several areas in Santa Ana had soil lead levels that were 3 to 10 times higher than the Environmental Protection Agency's cut point for lead toxicity. That is 3 to 10 times higher than the cut point of 400 parts per million of lead in the soil. And we know that Latina, Latino, Latinx, and Black children are at greatest risk for having high blood lead levels. In Santa Ana, children are 64% more likely than children across California to have elevated blood lead levels. And there are important health consequences. Evidence shows that early life lead exposures are linked with adverse neurological and cognitive outcomes. They affect school performance and educational attainment, and also cardiovascular risk and cognitive function later in the life course. And these health consequences of lead exposure are exacerbated under stressful life conditions. Lead never leaves our bodies, it deposits in our bones and is re-expressed in our blood when we are stressed. So the current data from this investigative report show a need to take action. And this report has activated questions about the distribution of soil lead throughout the city, about who is at greater risk for exposure to soil lead, and what the sources are of soil lead and how it got here, and why, in particular, children in Santana are more likely than children across California to have elevated blood lead levels. Since 2017, I've worked with Orange County Environmental Justice and Jóvenes Cultivando Cambio to design and implement a soil lead study here in Santana. We're finishing up our process of sampling 500 locations throughout the city, and we'll be looking at the total lead levels, and we'll be tracing the sources of lead to the historical and current sources. Our expectation is that this work will enhance our understanding of these environmental justice concerns as we work to create a healthier environment, and we ask that you support the platform of remediating soil lead in Santana. Thank you.
Thank you. Citali Ruiz, followed by Paul Gonzalez. Ms. Ruiz? Paul, why don't you come on down? Paul Gonzalez.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen this evening. And thank you to all the residents who came out today to share their stories. I don't have much more to add other than my voice in support of our residents and in support of the health of our community. We can't have a healthy community if we have a community that is suffering from housing insecurity. So I ask you to take action tonight and move forward in a bold direction and bring our residents the relief that they need to feel safe in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe, Madam Clerk, do we have more speakers, or is that it? Go ahead. Ana Torres.
Good evening. My name is Ana Torres, and I serve as a fiduciary duty in the courthouse of Orange County. I am a byproduct of the Santa Ana City. I was born and raised. I was a teen mom. The issue was that at home my mother was often displaced from homes due to not having jobs, not having enough money for rent, not having a safe place to be. At 17, 18 years old, I moved out of my house with my boyfriend. I became a teen pregnant young lady. I struggled a lot with domestic violence. I overcome. I'm still currently studying to become a lawyer. I think that you need to support these people, and we need to remain in the city of Santana because we have gone through so much. We have generations. My great-great-grandparents lived here, worked here, and went back to Mexico just perfectly fine. I believe that we put in so much into this community, this city, that we belong here. And this is the place where we need to raise our children. I'm very proud to be from Santa Ana, and I would like for you to support this, please. It would only create more teen women to be out there. Obviously, having children at a very teen age, dropping out of high schools, not going to college, it will not create a very healthy environment for our youth and our futures. So I hope that you can support this platform. Thank you,
Ana. That was our last speaker. So let me bring it to council for a discussion. Who would like to go first? Go ahead, Juan Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A while back, was it in February, Mr. Benavides? Yeah, that we met and we talked about this issue. You know, I still believe that rent control isn't the answer for a lot of things. Yeah, we talked, you had your time, I'm going to talk now. And I did meet with a group, and they came out, and I told them, hey, you need to come back with a list of apartment owners that were not taking care of the apartments. They weren't, there was low quality of life. They weren't keeping up with the cleanliness or any of the zoning or anything that, everyone deserves a clean and safe place to live, and to report them. And no one ever came back to me. Instead, I believe the movement got started and they started collecting signatures. But I don't believe that rent control is the issue, because we still need housing. If you got rent control, there still wouldn't be housing. I'd rather concentrate on workforce housing. I know earlier we voted on some senior citizen housing, but we do have quite a bit. And if we create some more, we're going to invite people from outside, senior citizens, to come here and take and live in those facilities or in those housing units when we could have some workforce housing. And that's where I want to concentrate. I'm open for discussion with all the groups because they never came back. And there's one thing that I don't stand for is the slumlords. I don't believe in that. The people need to have a safe, clean environment. Our code enforcement people that we had here earlier at the beginning of the meeting, so those are the folks that go out and ticket and look into all the complaints that have to do with the buildings and the zones and so forth. So that is my comment, and I am open for discussion. By the way, there is nothing to vote on tonight. There's no policy in front of us. If you read the item, it says we're here for discussion. That's brought forth by our Mayor Pro Tem, who I had a very long conversation with, and we see eye to eye on a lot of things, and we need to have a discussion, but nobody came back, and that was back in February. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is my comment.
Thank you. Additional comments? Councilmember Benavides?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank all of the speakers who came and addressed us tonight. Clearly, this is a very sensitive issue and one that can and very personal. I think personal to a lot of people. The idea of having instability or insecurity in one's home, one's housing situation, is something that is unsettling for families, parents, for kids. I've seen situations firsthand with people I know having lost their home, a close family friend who lost their home and was living in their car with their two little ones, ages 1 and 3. Now, family, we had a couple of children, foster children, that ended up in our home out of lack of housing, out of being homeless. It's something that can affect any of us at any given time. A number of years back, personally, I went through a very difficult time, went through a divorce, and went from a double income home to a single income home. Came close to losing my own home, and close to within living basically month to month, trying to figure out whether I was going to be able to stay in my own home or whether I was going to have to figure something else out, potentially go to family or see where else I could end up going with my own kids. So I know that from a personal experience that this is our having stable home is important, and it can affect us, any of us, and any of us can be in a situation of insecurity and instability. It was back in February when we started talking about potential solutions or ideas, and we had folks both from members of the community, folks from property owners and apartment owners who came and addressed us. And I was hoping that we would be able to continue that conversation and figure out, okay, how can we come together? And I understand and I respect the efforts that were made to gather signatures, and so at that point then the conversation stopped. And I recognize that at this point we have, at least with this council that has been working through and working with the community, there will be some changes here, and a couple of us have just a couple meetings after tonight, 2-3 meetings left. And so we have very limited time. I do think that there are alternatives, things that we might be able to do. I think I know Mayor Pro Tem has been gathering some information and providing us some information. And so what I want to communicate tonight is that there are, I want to ask us as my colleagues to keep an open mind, see if there's something that we might be able to do, and for staff as well. to see what tools we might have currently within our available to us, whether it's housing opportunity ordinance, in lieu housing funds, or other mechanisms that we might be able to introduce by which to be able to provide support to the families of Santa Ana. Santa Ana is a beautiful city, and a lot of people have been working very hard to make this a very strong, vibrant, and diverse community, socioeconomically, culturally. The example of Silicon Valley was presented earlier by one of the speakers, and frankly, there's a lot that Central Northern California has to offer. One of those things is that it doesn't have to offer is accessible housing to families in a lot of ways. And love San Francisco, but I don't necessarily want Santa Ana to become an outpriced city as is San Francisco. So we need to come up with some creative solutions. I believe we can, and I implore us to look through that in an expeditious fashion to see if we can address some solutions. So keeping an open mind, and want to ask other colleagues to address.
Thank you for your comments. Councilman Ren Sarmiento.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers who spoke, and especially Mayor Pro Tem Martinez for bringing this before us so we can have it as a discussion point. You know, somebody mentioned a quote from Salvador Allende earlier. There's another quote that says, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." So this has been a long discussion, this has been a long road and a long path, but I do recall in February that there was an opportunity for us to sit down and talk about this, and I think that people on both sides were open-minded about it, and I think that those in the industry, in the apartment industry, certainly were willing to sit down, and that's one of the hopes that we had, was just being able to sit down and being able to discuss what are the issues, what can we do, short of capping rents, short of being really dogmatic in our approach, but problem solving this issue. And to me, what I see is that many other cities have been able to achieve this. Maybe not capping, but making sure that tenants, because more than 50% of our residents are renters. So we can't ignore the fact that, you know, a very large segment of our population don't own their homes and are living sometimes month to month in a very uncertain situation. So we have to find a way to address those concerns and to create a better environment for them to live in. So, you know, my hope is that we can give some direction to staff tonight and be more constructive with this and have them come back with some data for us and see what we can do, again, as Councilman Benavides said, in a very short order. These aren't issues that are new. We've been dealing with this for a long time. And I think that the industry, as they committed to doing and working with us back in February, I'm sure committed to doing the same now. But one of the things I think that we need to look at are, you know, retaliatory evictions. I think we have a lot of property owners and landlords that unfortunately will retaliate by evicting tenants or residents, renters who object to exorbitant rent increases. And I don't think anybody wants that. I'm sure that the apartment industry doesn't want that. They don't want people living in uninhabitable conditions, deplorable conditions, and spiking rents 10 to 20%, you know, within a year. So to the extent that we can come up with some reasonable recommendations to this council on how we can find, you know, a good model, and I know Mayor Pro Tem provided us with some examples of different cities, and Sacramento's come to mind. And Sacramento's done a very good job of getting buy-in from the BIA there and the Apartment Association to reconcile those challenges. Because those of you in the industry have to recognize, folks have gathered more than 9,000 signatures. They can gather them again. And next time they'll meet that threshold. And so we're going to be back here, so why not come up with a good solution? Let's just come up with something that works. So a few of the things that I would suggest is that we also look at allocating some of the housing opportunity monies towards rental assistance for those who qualify, because the whole premise behind the ordinance, behind the housing opportunity ordinance, was to help address housing needs, right? To create more affordable housing. But we also have to realize that for rental assistance, that's also a way to assist folks from not losing their residency, not losing their home. And so I think that that's a good way to look at that. CDBG monies should be looked at assisting, and these are all things that were itemized by Mayor Pro Tem. So, you know, these are the things I can get behind, because CDBG monies, those are called Community Development Block Grants. We use them for different nonprofits. But look, what's more important than helping people stay in their homes and help people and prevent people from becoming homeless? We see homelessness everywhere. It's rampant. We're just going to create another layer of homeless families if we don't do anything now. So I would certainly support that, as well as using our Section 8 vouchers to address this as well. To our staff, I know we have a lot on the books already through our PrEP program, and we recognize our code enforcement team tonight. To the extent we can revisit that and see what we can do to be more effective in the way that we go after some of our property owners and landlords who are absentee landlords who let their properties fall into decay. My concern is that these apartment homes, these complexes that are maybe older and older stock and older inventory are purchased up. And those aren't affordable housing complexes, but to the extent that they're older inventory, they are lower in cost, and they are affordable to many of our families. To the extent that those get purchased and gobbled up, those are no longer an option for folks. And we push those folks out, and we displace them to other communities. And I think we've heard a number of residents talk about there being generational ties to our city. And so that's something we don't want to disrupt, because that will change our identity. That will change who we are as a city. So I'm not going to say any more, because there's another long list of items that I think Mayor Pro Tem could go ahead and cover. But those I'm very, very supportive of, and I would give direction to staff to please come back with some suggestions and recommendations on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and please bear with me. You know, I've been very emotional these past couple days. You know, I've been spending a lot of time out there in our community with the homeless population. And Friday, we all experienced heavy rains. And, you know, I was out there. And just to see that population, and if you weren't near the Civic Center, and when you saw that heavy rain coming down, and how they were all just trying to gather under one place for shelter, it broke my heart. Because it's our children as well that are experiencing this, and our families. And you know, I come from humble beginnings. I know what it is to sleep in a car. I know what it is to sleep in a garage conversion. I know what it is to sleep in a shack. I know how it feels not to have stability. It's been my entire life. And I get emotional because it has an impact on a child's life. And when you don't have a secure home, you can't get a good education. You can't even think about getting a good education. You can't expect parents who are working 3 jobs to go out and vote or to get involved in their community because they're barely making ends meet. This is the life of the majority of the residents in this community. And I'll tell you, as I've done the research, I'm ashamed of this city government and the neglect it's had for over 30 years. Of not building the appropriate housing, not updating its general plan, for a comprehensive update of its general plan for over 30 years, and not updating its zoning code for 60 years. This is not by accident. This is by design. Look, history does not crawl, it jumps. And let me repeat that. History does not crawl, it jumps.
And it has jumped time and time again from council to council. We can't allow this to happen anymore. But I will tell you that rent control is not the answer. Just like not updating a general plan and thinking that you can build market rate housing at the levels that we had, that we were going to stabilize our market here. No, those things have not worked because we have not done a comprehensive housing solutions plan that is going to help every single resident. And I just want to read this to you because it took me hours in doing this research. And just let me just start and read this, Mayor, if you just give me some patience. So last Wednesday, our city clerk informed us that the advocates for rent control would be submitting signatures to qualify for the ballot in 2020. They did not get enough signatures, but this is a sign that our residents are seeking relief from rental increases and lack of attainable housing supply in this city. I personally do not support rent control in our city because it has unintended consequences, such as displacement and development of new housing. But I do believe in my heart that we have to do something today and provide our residents with some relief until we have a sound strategy to stabilize rents and provide attainable housing for all Santa Ana residents at all incomes, but especially the extremely and very low income residents. It is estimated by our city staff, and it was done in a report not too long ago, that we need about 5,000 low income units and about 1,200 units of homeless housing. And I'm going to tell you, based on the trends that we see here today, that homeless population is only going to increase. As I look at these trends, and I'm not going to go over all of them, but what I really want to do read, and these are regional trends from the Orange County Indicators Report. In 2016-2017, there were 27,119 pre-K through 12th grade students who were identified as homeless or living in unstable housing arrangements in Orange County. The majority of those residents and those homeless population live in Central Orange County. Where do you think Central Orange County is at? Right here. These are real numbers. This is not Michelle Martinez making this up. This is an Orange County Indicators Report where the Orange County Business Council supports these numbers, where many organizations have supported this Indicators Report year after year, and these numbers have not changed. They are increasing, and that's what this report said in 2018. And lastly, when we look at all the affordable housing that we've had in this city from 1988 to 2018, and you break it all the way down between the rehab apartments, affordable housing units, special needs housing, senior housing, shelter for homeless, single family home ownerships, there's no more than 2,000 units out of the 78,000 units of housing we have in this city. And I want to just share this other number. When you look at the current amount of people who are on the waiting list in Santa Ana for Section 8 housing, 16,000 on the waiting list. We only have 2,700 tenant-based vouchers. And the current affordable housing developments that we have in place, we have 5,386 people wanting to rent one of those units and are on the waiting list. That's a total of 21,386 people waiting in this city to find affordable housing. Santa Ana is in a housing crisis. I think we all know that, and we need a plan yesterday. It is lagging on building the needed housing for Santa Ana residents. The most common housing type for Santa Ana is detached single-family homes. Approximately 53% of housing is single-family homes, and 42% is multifamily apartments. Furthermore, as I look at the city's current housing stock, 52% was built before 1970, while 48% of that housing stock was built after 1970. And I repeat this again, history does not crawl, it jumps. We repeat over and over again. And so as I look at the city's housing stock, the way we've built and how we've built affordable housing, ladies and gentlemen, we're never going to get to where we need to get and sustain this city economically if we do not find ways and to leverage opportunities and working together. Because I'll tell you right now, Santa Ana has 1,200 properties off the tax rolls. And if you don't believe that that doesn't matter, it matters. If you don't believe that this city is in a financial crisis, you're mistaken. And the only way this city generates its revenue is from two major sources. That's property tax and sales tax. And we all know what's happening with sales tax. We all know that most people are starting to shop online and the impact it's having to sales tax. And now in California, and more so here in this community, you have more renters than you have property owners. So how do you think this city is going to generate revenue? We don't control the purse strings. We don't control the formula. The state of California does. And so how you think that we're going to be able to pay for our police services, our fire service, our code enforcement, our planning? Let me tell you, we don't have a blank check that we just could write overnight and tell you that we're going to be able to pay for all of that if we don't figure out our housing solutions. And so I just want to encourage my colleagues. I did research and looking across this country, the best approaches to how to help mitigate some of these issues, because I'll tell you that we're never going to be able to say we're going to find the solution to end homelessness, or we're going to be able to build the amount of affordable housing in 3 years or 5 years, because here from 2008 to the present, we were only able to build really 258 units of new affordable housing. That's 10 years. We are nowhere near going to be able to meet the amount, what they're saying, of very low income, 5,000 units. Not going to happen. What we have in the pipeline, I could show those numbers, but I'm going to conclude with the end, is that I believe that there are strategies here in place that this city council can adopt that are middle of the road, that can get us to building that housing and working with the right developers who are not going to be greedy, who are going to come into this community to do the right thing. I'm not against the development community. I'm not against organizations, but what I want to make very clear is the following. That when we have these groups continuing to support the same people over and over and expecting a different result, that's called insanity. And that's what's happened not only in this county, but across this country. That we elect people who really don't support housing or don't want to make the tough decisions because they want to get reelected again. They want to play it safe. Well, we don't have time to play it safe anymore. I've always said that I'm going to make decisions that some people are not going to support, whether it's the community, and guess what? There were times where the community went against me, my colleagues went against me, others went against me. But what I've always said, that if I'm not doing the job, recall me, get rid of me, don't vote for me. I've always said that. I've always been independent, I've always been true to what I believe, and I really believe that this is the moment in time that this city council needs to step up and do what's right for this community before we have bigger problems, and they are coming. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I want to make sure that I put this into the record, the Sacramento middle-of-the-road concept that I want to give credit to, that I believe that this is something that we can work with, and the strategies that I put forward for long-term strategies to build the housing that we need in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with some of the things that Mayor Pro Tem spoke about. She did say that rent control is not the answer, and let me tell you why I believe that. I believe that cities that I'm familiar with that have rent control basically freeze in time. Those renters that are in those places never move out. Housing starts to decay, and nobody wants to come into those communities and build. And we need to replenish our housing stock. We're currently the 4th densest city in the country. There's a lot of people living here. I think it's a great city to live in. It's a city that people travel to want to come and visit. They travel, and when they get here, they want to stay here. And there's a lot of beautiful people here making their lives here in the city. And so I am willing to talk about, you know, some of these strategies and what Sacramento is doing and how we leverage and what we do. But I think, you know, unintended consequences is something that we should be very concerned about. I think part of the answer, and many people are living it, I believe, is education. A lot of folks are having better lives because of the better education that they've received and the ability to have better jobs, and through those better jobs are able to rise above where they've, you know, previously have been. And as we look at where the city is, you know, we're in constant competition. We're in competition with Irvine, with Anaheim, with every city around us and what they're doing. So I think we have to emulate the good things that those cities are doing, and we have to make sure that we don't make some of the mistakes that are being made around us. So I'm not certain what the motion is. I'm not sure what the motion is, but again, I'm not for rent control, but I'm willing to explore other strategies. Councilmember Solario.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things, a lot has been said, and I might try to squeeze in a little bit of Spanish as well. I think Councilmember Benavides, mentioned we don't want to be like San Francisco. You know, they have very high rents. But another reason why we don't maybe want to be like San Francisco is they have rent control. And that's an example of one community, and there are many, followed by Santa Monica and others, where they have rent control, and they have, some of the highest rents in the state, and in fact, the country in the world. What I've also seen, in part based on some research from Stanford, and I know on my Facebook I posted, and there was some back and forth. Oftentimes, rent control doesn't benefit the folks that we think it will benefit. So, for example, in those two communities I mentioned, but any others, it's been rare to find how rent control has benefited immigrant Latino communities. And if there are those type of examples, I'd like to see, and I'll go visit the community and try to learn that. But from what I've gathered, rent control is an old idea. Maybe it works for some, maybe it worked in some areas, but on the whole, I believe it does not. Another more recent example of that is, Prop 10 is on the ballot in November, and it is related to rent control. And the most recent polling, and it was mentioned in an article in the San Francisco Chronicle today, I believe, is that rent control is doing worse in the Bay Area, in places like Berkeley and San Francisco and other areas that have rent control. It's doing worse there than in communities that don't have it, and it's because they know what it is, and it's not perfect. Rent control, too, doesn't make your rent stay flat or go down. It just says it needs to be capped, usually at about 5%, but it could be 5% a year. And if a landlord maybe skips a year or two, guess what? In year 2 or 3, they can make it a 15% rent increase, as an example. So it's definitely not perfect. I much more support affordable housing. Tonight we had a senior affordable housing project, hundreds of units. Some of us on this dais supported that, some of us didn't. There's other affordable housing units that we have in the works in Santa Ana, and I plan to support them because they're drastically needed, especially in big numbers. Also, the rehabs that we've done in the Minnie Street area, in other areas, in the Councilmember Benavides area, those have been very successful. They're public-private partnerships. We actually do, in those cases, reduce families' rents and for long periods of time, and we make the places better, more habitable. We need to do things like that. I do, from the list of items, because there was a list of various items. I know Reina mentioned the idea of first right of refusal if the landlord wants to sell. I think it's a grand idea that the tenants there have an opportunity to try to buy that. I want to read that and see how we can make that work, but I like that idea. rent assistance, and I think Section 8 vouchers and other things were considered. I'm interested in looking at that. I've also seen other communities that they've begun to tax or put a tax on vacant homes, vacant properties, because oftentimes you have out-of-town landlords, out-of-state landlords, and they just let the homes or the land sit and rot, and that does not do anybody any good. So there are some communities that have begun to assess a fee that then could go into housing or other services. I support innovative ideas like that. Just in conclusion, I don't want to say we don't have an issue. We do, like every other community in California. I think the biggest answer is building more housing. We have to make that easier and more economical. We also, when we do affordable housing projects, we got to market them to people in our town so that they can benefit. So there's a lot that we can do, but on the core issue of rent control, I think it's an old idea and it does not work.
Thank you. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to direct the city staff to bring back some recommendations at the next council meeting, or I think we're having a special meeting on October 30th. Is that a true statement, yes or no?
Yes, we are planning to have a special meeting for the ward rebonding process on October 30th.
Okay, great. Thank you. To bring back recommendations for rental assistance, stabilization strategies, and I did want us to also look into in regards to the options for the vouchers. I know that 1/3 of these vouchers are not being used by our city residents. One of the main reasons is that property owners request renters to earn more than 50% of the area median income. Obviously, that's way out of whack for our residents. The second issue is that HUD is not providing the vouchers, and it's not really keeping up with market rents. So the amount that they're providing is not keeping up with today's market rents. And so I would like to know what that gap is, and how can we actually utilize those vouchers and the rental assistance that we may need to help those folks actually be able to use the vouchers and not just sit there, because I'm being told that if you use one voucher, you either use it or lose it. And the reality is that folks are not going to get into something that they know that their rent it's going to increase. There's not going to be enough for them to pay the rent, and so they're not utilizing that. So I want our staff to bring back some of that research. And then finally, for us to look at the other strategies to increase attainable housing supply for all incomes. I provided 15 policies, and also to look at the Sacramento Tenant Protection and Relief Act that they've put together, and figuring out ways what makes the most sense for us here in Santa Ana. And I know that I think some of the residents out here have some kind of proposal that they want to share with this council. I'm not sure if it's been brought to us, that our staff can also review that and provide some recommendations to us as well. And that's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Small second with comment.
Go ahead and comment.
Just a quick question, and I saw the city clerk's face kind of distort as the motion was being made, because, Madam City Attorney, I think if we adjourn tonight's meeting to the 30th, which is what we were expected to do, so we could take up the ward elections issue, then we're bound by the agenda that we have tonight. So I don't know if the staff will be able to bring back recommendations based upon the directive that we're trying to give. So would it be more prudent maybe to just adjourn tonight's meeting and then have the 30th be a special meeting, so we could bring back both the ward elections and this matter as well?
And thank you, Councilmember. That's exactly what you would have to do. You could adjourn some other items, but with respect to this item, you would need to ask the clerk to post it as a special meeting item. If you wanted to have the motion, if that motion passes, that would need to be posted as a special meeting. We would not be able to adjourn because this agenda description is not broad enough to cover the motion that's been made.
Understood.
So that would be my
I accept that friendly amendment.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. Additional comments? Councilman Solorio?
I'm open to the idea. But I do feel like it's not entirely fair to the staff or to the community to say that in essentially in a week or so that we want a comprehensive evaluation of literally like 30 to 40 ideas. And it's one of those things where you force all that work you're going to get something back that is not helpful, that is really pushing it, quite honestly, especially if it's with recommendations. I could see how if it's a list of items that you've provided and from the community and them to provide a description and then for us to kind of discuss those or key ones, that's one thing. But to say to the staff, hey, evaluate these 30 ideas and come up with stuff better and give us case studies and everything else and costs and timelines, that's a lot. I mean, it
Councilmember
really is.
Villegas?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councilmember Solorio. It does seem a little rushed. It is a lot of information, and I wanted to participate, not just have the staff do it. I would like to be there to see how this work study goes, to see what we can come up with. So I think we should postpone it just a bit. I don't know if there's another...
All right, well, we have a motion and a second. Why don't we just, I think we've had a lot of comment. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed?
I'm a no.
I'm a no. So it's a 3-3, so motion fails.
Mr. Mayor, can we
Yes, go ahead.
reconsider maybe another motion? Perhaps what I'd like is my colleagues that were not in favor of the matter to maybe propose a recommendation that would be more reasonable. Perhaps it is, because I understand there's an extensive list, and perhaps we at least to keep the conversation going and see, okay, what is reasonable for us to discuss. Maybe it is, 4 or 5, the top 4 or 5 options, or 4 or 5 options that might be able to be analyzed or discussed, even if it is at an introductory level, but so that there is an opportunity to have a continued discussion. Is that something that...
I think that the middle ground would be, the issues the community has raised, the description, and they've actually done most of the work on that piece. I don't know how long Michelle's list is, but it could be a description of those. I also mentioned the tax on vacant properties, and maybe via our city manager, they can ask other council members if they want other things reviewed. But I see it more as a review rather than as an exhaustive analysis with recommendations. And but even for something like that, I would say be brought back in a month. And if it needs to be a special meeting, I'm open to it. I think it's on a big issue. It's important to get it right rather than to force it. So that's the type of suggestion that I would provide, but I do also want to be, sympathetic to my other colleagues.
Could we perhaps, in the middle of the road, there are at least a couple of items that were that do have some initial draft language. One is the example of the Sacramento policy. That's already there. That's one that the city has already adopted that maybe our staff can analyze. The recommendation, some of the draft language and recommendation that members of the community addressed tonight, and perhaps maybe, as you mentioned, suggested a couple of others. The other the suggestion that you referenced with regard to fees on vacant properties, and maybe there might be a couple of others, but maybe those 3, and if staff is able to add another couple.
Maybe staff can figure out like the 10 to 15 that are relevant to this community, and descriptions. And again, maybe it's another study session or a workshop. That one, something like that, I think begins to make sense. The other thing too I want to be careful about is we don't want to set ourselves up in the community for failure. We need answers, and so I don't want us to have staff research 50 things and us not like any of them. We should look at those 50 things, see what items may be relevant, which ones might work, which ones might be affordable, which ones are doable in Santa Ana.
Would you be open to? I'd like to maybe propose a motion that would, for the October 30th meeting, to at least have a preliminary update from staff, so that we don't lose a whole month to analyze or look at least at preliminary, and provide some feedback on the Sacramento policy that the community members have brought forth, and then again maybe give staff another opportunity to look at another 2, 3, or whatever staff feels that they can do and is reasonable for us to hear an initial presentation discussion
on the 30th. That's 10 working days.
Yeah, and that's why it would be, Mr. Brown out there, Judson Brown, our housing manager, would have a good workload here over the next few days. But maybe that's a question for city management, if that's something that would be reasonable. Again, a first presentation to council to discuss.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Benavides, I was just consulting with my director of CDA, and since this is going to be a special meeting, I would suggest that we give ourselves a little bit more time to do a work study session, maybe the week of the 12th, through the 15th of November. So it's a standalone session. We can spend a little bit of time in a work study. We're not going to bring ordinances and resolutions, but a work study session gives us a little bit of time to at least do some preliminary analysis and vet through some of these issues and present some and enable a conversation, a discussion to happen at your level, and not be part of a crowded agenda that we expect on the 20th. So it's going to be a special meeting. I'm thinking it doesn't have to be rushed. We can at least allow ourselves a few more weeks to try to pull this together, because as you know, we're working on some other issues.
Right.
We don't want to rush anything. Yeah. I mean, we need results, yes, but we also have to look at it. And there's going to be a lot of, this is a lot. I was looking at it, and I appreciate if we would have had this earlier, but it is what it is.
What I suggest is keep thinking. We can bring it back here throughout the meeting. Maybe there's a different approach, but we've heard from city manager. We've had a 3-3 vote. We still haven't even gotten to the consent calendar. So why don't we start with our regular meeting, and let's continue from that. So, Madam City Attorney, any items to report out? I believe the answer is no.
No reportable action, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, consent calendar 19D. I'm going to call on the speakers first. Luz Maria Martinez and Rosalia Vargas and Ana Uruza, all on 19D. Come on down, Luis Maria Martinez. Is Rosalia Vargas here? Ana Uruza, Rosalia Vargas. Okay, come on down.
Muy buena noche, mi nombre es Rosalía Vargas, soy residente de Santa Ana por más de 10 años y soy una nueva emprendedora o cooperativista que colabora con el Mercadito El Carrusel. Aquí estoy para expresar apoyo para el programa de cooperativas de trabajadores de la ciudad. Queremos agradecer al personal de la ciudad, especialmente al señor Mark Morley y Silvia Vázquez, por su trabajo en elaborar esta propuesta, a ustedes concejales por su apoyo en hacerla realidad. Mi experiencia como emprendedora ha sido muy agradable. Después de mucho tiempo de soñar con tener un negocio, al fin estoy haciéndolo realidad. Junto con mis compañeros, miembros del Mercadito El Carrusel, juntos nos estamos apoyando en poder tener un espacio agradable para las familias donde puedan disfrutar de alimentos saludables, productos culturales, entretenimiento y un lugar sano para la familia. Yo he soñado tener esto desde hace mucho tiempo. Me encantaría encontrar un lugar estable, permanente, un lugar que la ciudad nos apoye para tenerlo, sin tener que andar buscando un lugar u otro lugar para poder hacerlo. También hago conexión de todo esto con la póliza que nos da la oportunidad de mejorar nuestras condiciones económicas y las varias propuestas de plataforma de permanecer y prosperar de la cual hemos estado hablando. Si no tenemos un lugar digno y al alcance de nuestros bolsillos, no podremos aprovechar de estas pólizas en apoyo a las cooperativas de trabajadores y trabajadoras. Una de nuestras compañeras, como ya lo escucharon, miembro de la cooperativa MUCA, Reina, como saben, está en riesgo de ser desalojada. Eso ya es un hecho y ella está muy preocupada y ocupa su apoyo. Necesitamos que además de aprobar esta póliza esta noche, también den seguimiento a la plataforma porque nos urge permanecer y prosperar como familia en esta ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Rosalia Vargas, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana for 10 years, and I am a new business owner, a cooperativist that works with El Mercadito Carrusel. I'm here to express my support for the program of worker cooperatives in the city. We'd like to thank the city staff, Mark Morley and Silvia Vasquez, for their work in putting together this proposal for you, council members, and for your support in making this a reality. My experience as a business person is the following. I've got together with members of the Mercadito, and I've been able to sell my jewelry. I've dreamt of having an established a store that is stable, and I've found the support with this initiative for building healthy, Santa Ana building healthy communities. We also make the connection in this, the policies for the opportunity to improve our economic conditions and the different platforms proposed, the platform of Remain and Thrive. And if we do not have a dignified home that is accessible, we would not be able to take advantage of this policy to support the cooperative for the workers. And one of the person that talked about the cooperative, Muka, is she mentioned that she is at risk of being evicted from her Santa Ana. We also need to approve this policy tonight and to give a follow-up for this platform because it is essential for us to remain and thrive.
Ana?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Ana Ursua. I work with the Santa Ana Building Healthy Communities. I'm here also to speak in support and really congratulate and thank the staff on the work and Council and Mayor Pro Tem Martinez for bringing this forward. The worker cooperative resolution was a historic moment for Orange County for Santa Ana to be the first in Orange County to bring it forward. And we definitely applaud and thank the support of city staff, Mark Morley, and Silvia Vasquez, and you for your support in approving a worker cooperative program tonight. I do want to say that this is one component. This is working. I want to say that this is one component of the various needs and comprehensive strategies needed for our communities. Worker cooperatives talks about and makes possible prosperity for people for whom it's often out of reach. Becoming owners, as you know, is also increasing stability, is increasing protection in the future for families, but that is currently still at stake. It was interesting to hear your conversation up here today, and I want to say that development for increasing housing development also increases costs of living, and so we must have side-by-side protections so that the cost of living doesn't end up pushing people out that it was intended to support. And so I'm hopeful and expecting that there will be continued conversation and that the platform for to remain and prosper in Santa Ana does bring bold solutions, not middle of the road, because that's not what we need right now. We need strong, comprehensive policies. We need solutions now. It's been 30 years, too late in coming, and we cannot wait any longer. Thank you for your support on this policy, and we hope to keep working with you and bringing better solutions.
Thank you. On 25E, I have Joyce Noche and Cynthia Felix.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joyce Noche, and I'm co-legal director of Immigrant Defenders Law Center. We are the state's largest nonprofit providing pro bono removal defense in the state of California. We assist approximately 1,000 clients across all of our programs in removal defense. The Santa Ana Universal Rep Project does not screen for eligibility. What this means is we accept cases up to our capacity. Anyone facing removal proceedings. Our view is that no one should ever have to face removal proceedings alone. Through this project, we have represented Santa Ana's most vulnerable residents, including the homeless, the elderly, youth, single mothers and fathers, and those suffering from mental illness. I want to take this time to thank the Council and the City of Santa Ana for its support of the Universal Representation Project. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Staff Attorney Cynthia Felix.
Restart the clock.
Oh, good evening, Council. My name is Cynthia Felix. I'm a staff attorney at Immigrant Defenders Law Center, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I spoke before you all a few months ago. I do just want to say thank you again for supporting this project. In the last few months, we've had quite a few successes in representing our residents. I have a 21-year-old client who initially lost his removal case, and I appealed that case to the BIA. I won, and now he has a second chance of remaining here. He has been detained for 2 years, and he has schizophrenia. So hopefully everything works out for him and his family. And then also, I just retained a client. She's a mom. She's been here for 2 years with 4 kids under the age of 18. Instead of choosing a private attorney who would have charged her $13,000 to represent her and her kids, she was able to choose our services to represent her in her proceedings. Again, as a resident of Santa Ana, I am so happy that this is my job and that I get to work on this project that you have all supported. Thank you.
Just a quick question. The young man that was detained for 2 years,
Yes.
was that here in Southern California? Or?
Yes, he's at the Theo Lacey Detention Center
Got it.
down the street.
Got it. So that's probably good for him and his family, correct?
No, it's absolutely horrible, Your Honor. I'm sorry,
It's
Your Honor.
horrible?
Yes, he has schizophrenia and he's not receiving any sort of medical treatment in
But
Theo
if
Lacey.
he were like far away in some other place?
Oh, yeah, if they were to put him, say, for example, in Adelanto, that's 2 hours away.
Right.
Yes, it would have put higher burden on the family. But having him here, it's not an option that we have.
Got
to,
it.
But
Thank you.
he's here.
Thank you. So with that, let me now come, Mayor Pro Tem, what items do you want to pull?
19D was already pulled. Just keep it short on the support. Just want to thank staff for, moving it forward and bringing the information so that it's here to, it's long overdue, but it's here. I'd like to pull 19E and 25B.
All right, any other items, council members? Councilmember Sarmiento? How about a motion to move the balance?
I'm motion to move the balance with the exception of a 25E. I'm a no on that.
Okay. So do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to point out that on item 25E, there's a revised amount. Instead of 85, it should be 80,000. That is what staff is recommending.
So, Madam Clerk, can you please note that for the record? So, duly noted. Let's, I would entertain a second. On the motion. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, 19D is the real property disposition administrative policy. So the City Council asked staff to come back with a comprehensive plan to move forward on what we were going to do with the disposition of property. I do want to thank staff for putting this together and wanting to create a comprehensive strategy to moving forward, not just with the current surplus properties that we currently have, which everyone keeps talking about is the 90, and it's beyond me that's the City of Santa Ana just doesn't own 90 assets. Yes, for disposition because they're on Bristol, certainly so, but the city owns a lot of property. And there's property that's underutilized, that's under lease, that is surface parking lots, that we just allow people to park in. And so we have land, and the state of California says that if there is certain we have no policies. It took us a while to even put together this list of properties. This to tell you that we haven't been managing our assets. And I say this not to be disrespectful to our staff,
because many of you are new, so I can't blame you. But this is neglect of this city government not doing its job. And I've been on this for many years, asking for asset management, not just only of our public right-of-way, but of all our facilities and all the land that we own, so that we can be good stewards and understand what we currently have, so that we can make determinations and decisions to ensuring that we're doing right by the property that we own. Instead, what we've done for 30 plus years is give our property away. Give our way a property, and then we end up giving up a parking structure, and then we have to return and pay $25,000 a month to the person that we gave the property to. How does that work? But that's what we deal with here in Santa Ana, and we've continued to deal with it. We just give our land away for $1, or we just give it to a developer because they're our friend, and in return, we end up paying $25,000 for our employees to go and park, when that was our parking structure in the first place. So as we look at properties that we own, that has to be a comprehensive strategy as we figure out what are we going to want to do to build the appropriate housing. But more importantly, how are we going to address and ensure that we are being good stewards with the land that we own. And so I just want to encourage my colleagues. I know there are members out there in the community that are so focused on these 90 properties. Let me tell you, those 90 properties, there's like maybe 8 you can do something with. You should be looking at these other properties where they really matter. So I want to encourage, I want to thank our staff, and I see our Public Works Director over there, and I see Stephen here. I want to thank you all, and I believe that this is a comprehensive strategy, that this is giving us a first step, second step, and moving forward, so that we can get it right, and moving forward, be transparent. And that's what I ask for, the spirit of the law. Let's be transparent, let's be open, and put what's out there, and manage these assets appropriately, not just give them away just to give them away because someone's getting something back in the back end. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I support this item.
And thank you for the comments.
I'll second with
motion.
comment.
Go ahead.
So, Stephen, I also wanted to thank you and your staff for putting this together. I know that I don't know how many times this has come back to us. I think way before your time. Yeah. But I do know that you invested a lot of time in trying to address the concerns and the comments that we've made up here. So thank you for doing that. It's no small task. And I think Mayor Pro Tem is correct. That number 90 keeps coming back, but if you look at probably 80 of those 90, they're small slivers and remnant parcels that I guess we need to define those 90 parcels as viable 90 parcels. And of those, viable parcels within that 90 number, I think we're looking at maybe 8 or 9 at best. So it really is a small number, but it just sounds like we have all this property, and we're a built-out city, and we just have sort of slivers that are left over after things are developed. So maybe if we could get some additional clarity on that, maybe we could just whittle that number down, and because it seems to create an expectation on behalf of the public that we're holding all this vast inventory of property. So. And also just the fact that some of them are just deed, controlled. We can't do much with them because they were acquired through other agencies, whether it's the Transit Authority or something else, and we're bound by those deed covenants on those. And I know that one of the requests was for you to include some members of the community in the board, I guess, and there was an effort to include, I think, 3 chairs of commissions. One from planning, one from community redevelopment and housing, and the other one from the Board of Rec and Parks. So, the only adjustment I would make is that to the extent that, a chair may not be available to lend their time to come do this, maybe a member of that commission, maybe the chair appoints or the majority of that commission designates somebody who has the ability and the time, because we know that, everybody's busy, and our members of commissions do this on a volunteer basis, and I certainly don't want to impose on anybody's limited time that they may have. So just to have some discretion on who from the board represents the entire commission.
If that's the will of the council, we can certainly adjust this policy to have the chair or his or her designate.
That would be my amendment to that.
Thank you. So with that, I think we have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, that takes us through the consent calendar. Now we're on item...
Mr. Mayor, I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to just clarify for the record that I'm a no on 25B.
All right, let's note that for the record. 50A, this is a 45-day temporary moratorium on basically cyber cafes, internet access businesses within the city. Do I have a motion on this?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead, brief comment.
I'm glad that this is a 45 temporary moratorium. I just hope that our staff, that after these 45 days, that we're going to come back with a comprehensive plan to how are we going to mitigate these issues and what are the next steps for us. I know this has come up by many of our residents. It's come to public safety. I have yet to receive an update from anybody from public safety. I'm not sure if they've had one recently, but I don't sit on that committee, and so if we can make sure that if it does go back after this 45-day moratorium back to public safety, that it's brought back to the council with some recommendation in ensuring that we're able to mitigate and help resolve as much as we possibly can with this issue. Mr. Mayor, and I approve.
Got it. So we have a motion, second by Benavides, with comment.
Sure. My comment, actually, I don't know that I was really too, more than anything, I just had a comment.
Go ahead.
I understand that there have been some concerns and some presented by members of the community that there have been some cyber cafes that have been problematic. The overall, the additional comments here with regard to internet access businesses within the city, I just want to make sure that that we're very thoughtful on how we proceed on whatever longer term ordinance or proposals presented by the city, because in a number of communities, these, and particularly when you travel internationally, these locations where there's internet access businesses, it's more where there is a legitimate coffee house that offers access to internet. It's actually a very positive, not only a positive gathering place, but an actual necessity in certain communities, ours being one of those, potentially. So I want to make sure that we're not just throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as they say, but that it is reasonable that we look at what makes sense, addressing whatever concerns that are issues that are illegitimate types of uses in businesses, but that we still leave open opportunities for these types of positive businesses to continue to exist within the city. That's my comment, and I'll go ahead then.
Comment well taken. Thank you for that. So those in favor, please say aye. 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 The opposed, motion carries. 60A, we've already dealt with. 65A, I would...
No, we dealt with 60A, so we need 65A.
Yeah, 65A, that's what I said.
Okay.
65A, we have a speaker, Jeff Snow.
Good evening, Mayor Polito and honorable council members. My name is Jeff Snow with CR&R Environmental Services. We're here to express our full support for item 65A, establishing a green policy and expanding environmental programs to assure a more sustainable Santa Ana and a more sustainable planet. We applaud the forward thinking and vision of city leaders, stakeholders, and the community in developing this policy and important initiative, and we encourage your approval of item 65A tonight to provide a more sustainable and green city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Staff?
Good evening. This is Fuad Suez, Public Works Director. Before you is a staff report on the proposed City of Santa Ana green policy, along with recommendations for the request for proposal, which will go out early next year, seeking new provider for the solid waste program. So over the last 6 months, staff has worked closely with our consultant, HFNH, on drafting this policy. They held meetings with council members, community meetings, and they've conducted a survey, and they came up with a report. I'd like to turn this over to our consultant to give a brief presentation on the work that they've done so far.
Thank you, Fuad. I have to do something with this. While Christy is getting the machine up, do you need?
Yeah.
My name is Laith Izzet with HF&H Consultants, and it's good to see you all. Good evening, Mayor and council members. HF&H has helped more than 300 cities with their trash and recycling programs. I've had the opportunity to negotiate more than $1 billion worth of trash contracts, and I look forward to talking a little trash with you this evening. I know you've had a long night, so I'll be brief in my comments. What I want to do today is describe the regulatory framework and some of the challenges that Santa Ana and its residents and its businesses are going to be facing, and some of the options that you have before you in structuring the RFP for the new trash contract. So by way of background, you have contract with Waste Management. They collect all the residential and commercial trash in the city, except for construction and demolition waste. That material is collected by two different companies, Waste Management and Ware Disposal, that compete for customers. And then all of that material gets taken to Ware's Madison Materials Facility. All of those contracts expire at the same time in June of 2020. So the schedule for the RFP process is shown here on this slide. We hope to get some direction from you today that will allow me to craft the RFP and the contract and then bring it back to council for your detailed review and approval. Some other key dates, in March we'll have the RFP package before you. Proposal will be submitted in June, and you'll award next December for new services to start in July of 2020. There have been a number of new laws and recent laws that are increasing the cost of providing trash and recycling services. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but the thrust of it is that every business is supposed to have a recycling program under AB 341, and the city is still working towards those goals. All of the businesses that generate organic waste are going to need to have an organic waste program in the future for food waste and restaurants and things like that. Even residents after 2022 will be required to have a program to recycle their food waste. These are all mandates that have been placed on jurisdictions by the state of California. So what we want to do is try to help you comply at minimum cost with those mandates. SB 1383 is another one that's in the rule finalization stage right now, but it's going to have huge impacts on the amount of recycling and organic waste that needs to be dealt with. So pricing pressures. I want to make you aware up front that with all of this regulatory compliance, there's going to be more cost to those programs, more services to be provided. There have been some things that have happened in the industry that are not favorable. Prices of recyclables have plunged for a number of reasons. Mixed paper, as an example, the price has gone down by over 90%. The recyclable commodities, the prices for those materials offset the hauler's operating costs, so that's going to have a negative impact on customer rates. Labor costs have been increasing much more quickly than they had in the past. All of these organics regulations are creating demand for facilities that have to be developed and have to be paid for. So all of these things combined are going to put pressure on rates. So we want to be aware as we go through this process to look for opportunities where we can look for savings or other things that can help offset some of these increases. We've done a lot of community outreach, and I've enjoyed meeting with the residents and businesses in these 5 meetings that I have up here. We started in August and we did the last one in October. We also have an online survey that is still available for anyone that would like to participate. It's in English and Spanish and Vietnamese. There's one for single-family homes, there's one for multifamily, there's one for businesses. And when we come back with the full RFP, we'll bring you the detailed results of those, so when you're considering the RFP, you'll be able to see the community support for those programs that we're including. The green policy, there is a document you've been provided that gives some additional details. I'm just going to summarize here kind of the framework for some of the greening we'd like to do in the RFP and in the city of Santa Ana. And it came loud and clear both from the residents that were surveyed as well as the council members that I've talked to that we want to support green initiatives and a greening of the city, but we want to be very mindful of customer rates in doing so and minimizing impacts on customers. And so we're going to choose programs that allow us to achieve compliance with state mandates. You don't have a lot of options there, different ways you can go about it, but you do have to comply with the state law. So these 4 items here, a future residential food waste program, we're not going to do that initially, but we're going to get proposals for it during this process so that when you have to implement it in 2022, you'll know what the costs are going to be. We're going to get detailed proposals for commercial organics programs, for your commercial generators, because that's required under law. Food donation and food rescue is a new part of the law. By 2025, the state has a goal of 20% recovery of edible food. So that's an admirable goal. And then a number of mandatory commercial recycling programs as well. So those are all things to comply with law. On page 8, and I've just got 2 more slides, there are some additional environmental programs that we would like to get proposals for. And these are items that will provide community benefits but not hammer customer rates. We tried to choose things that would give you a lot of bang for the buck and that would be popular but that wouldn't have big customer rate increases. If you want, I can go through them one by one, or I just got them here on the slide for you. Go ahead. Go ahead and read them through. So the annual household hazardous waste drop-off event, once a year, they would bring equipment and containers onto a site in the city, so residents can bring their paints and their oils and household hazardous material, from their garages or wherever they may be storing them, have them properly disposed of. They'll be promoting medication disposal practices that are safe for the environment, largely drop-off locations, either at pharmacies or at possibly at fire stations or at the sheriff's stations. Sometimes that's been done. The waste hauler will be promoting the availability of where these facilities are. The state is also now passing a law requiring some take-back on medication disposal. A shredding event in the survey, that was a real popular event, got a lot of support from folks. Once a year, they can bring their tax papers or other sensitive papers out on a Saturday and have that material shredded at no additional charge. Compost giveaway, also something we asked about in the survey, was very popular. People can come up and have a few bags of compost. All they have to do is show up and take the material away. And that kind of completes the loop. You take your green material and it gets composted and then it's brought back to the community, can be used in gardens and the like. So those first 4 programs are kind of specialized waste streams that we're dealing with, and those programs can be done at very modest cost. The next items, 5, 6, and 7, are the cleanup and the greening of city public spaces that have been littered or other, with abandoned items or illegally dumped items or bulky items. So providing multifamily dwelling units with an opportunity to have their bulky items taken away in a cost-effective manner will be part of the program. Enhancing the cleanup of abandoned items, having the waste hauler do additional sweeps for those items to help clean up the city, and then continuing to provide containers for the encampment cleanups, which are a big challenge for all sorts of communities across California now. And then the last 2 items are items to recognize the great efforts of businesses and residents that are doing a super job of recycling or running their business in a sustainable way, to get them some recognition for the good work they're doing and helping the city achieve their goals. An annual recycling block party is one example. Would be done in an area that has really good recycling results. And then the Environmental Ambassador Program would be recognition for businesses that have really good green policies in the city of Santa Ana. And then lastly, although it's not on this list, we'll also be asking proposers to develop for us very targeted set of outreach programs that are specific to the demographics here in Santa Ana and the different languages that we have. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez brought this up during some of our discussions. Santa Ana is not like every other city. Waste haulers need to do something to connect with the different folks that live and work here. So we'll be asking them to address that in their proposals. One important thing that I need from you folks today is some direction back about how I should structure the construction and demolition waste stream, either in or out of this RFP process. Currently, your construction demolition waste is not part of your exclusive franchise agreement. You have the separate agreements with 2 other haulers, with Waste Management and Ware, to compete to provide that. If you want to keep that, outside of this process, you can. Alternatively, if you want to fold those services into this exclusive agreement, so the hauler that's collecting all the residential and commercial waste would also be collecting the C&D, you can do that. There's no right or wrong answer. I just need to know how you want to structure the documents. The cities that choose to fold it in, and a majority of the cities have chosen to fold it in, they've usually done so for the efficiency of administration and just having one contract to have oversight and monitoring of the performance of the contractor makes reporting to the state easier. If the goal is to allow additional companies an opportunity to provide service in Santa Ana, so you could have more than one service provider, then leaving it out might be the way to do it, and you can contract for those services separately and with 2 or 3 or some other number of companies. So I'm going to be looking for direction from you today, which way you think you want me to head with that and crafting the documents. I was asked by one of the council members, and I apologize, I don't remember which one, about what the rest of Orange County is doing with respect to its contracting arrangements for franchises. So 85% of the cities are contracting with a single contractor for residential commercial service. There are 3 cities where the commercial is non-exclusive. There's multiple haulers competing for commercial bin service in Costa Mesa, Newport, and the city of Irvine. And then my last slide, the term of the agreement, we're proposing 10 years. The trucks are depreciated typically over 10 years. The carts come with guarantees, usually of 10 years. So 10 years is a really good base term. It aligns the contract with the equipment, allows the companies to depreciate and amortize their equipment over the full useful life, so your ratepayers will get a good deal. We'll also include some options at the city's option to extend, and I'll bring those specifics back to you when I bring the full RFP. We're assuming you want to continue with the existing structure that you have for residential and commercial, that piece, which is all part of one agreement, would continue to be so in the new contract. So those are my prepared remarks, and I can take your questions.
All right, let me see what comments and thoughts council members have. Councilor Solorio.
Yes, just some initial feedback. Number one, I want to compliment the new contractor and the staff, including Fuad. You all have done, we had the staff report, what I was asking for 2 years, which was, talk to our residents and groups about what needs they may have, so that could be incorporated into the proposal, as well as looking at what are comparable new programs being offered in other communities. So that's fantastic. I think the timeline generally looks pretty good as well. The green policy, that's probably a big item in and of itself. Conceptually, I'm sure it's fine, and we could always revise it in the future if we need to, but I kind of see that secondary to the other items that you have here in the actions. With respect to the C and D, I'm open to either way, but another thought may be to include it, but as an optional program, so that vendors can decide whether they want to do that or not. But just to give everybody an option, because the reality is, even if it's separate, we end up discussing it anyway, and so I think there's some merit to figuring out how to have those discussions at the same time rather than at different times, and then I think there'll be more streamlined cooperation between the haulers and the C&D facilities. So those are my feedback points. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question for you. How many trash haulers do we have just besides here in the city of Santa Ana? We have federal government, we have state government, we have county government, we have the school district, hospitals. So yeah, we have a lot of trucks coming through our roads. Week after week, disturbing our residents because some, have to go through obviously we have 29 elementary schools, we have 8 high schools, all these charter schools. And so as I look as I look at this, and we're trying to be green, we're trying to reduce our carbon footprint, and we have people up here that supposedly we value the climate, right? But we have to think outside the box. And as we look at waste and we look at reducing our carbon footprint, and this is our city, right? We manage the land use and zoning, and why haven't we communicated with these folks and figure out a way to work together on how to pick up our trash, in particular with the school district, right? They're in our neighborhoods, and I would love to know how many times, we're coming to pick up trash, how many times they're coming to pick up trash, to these schools, and it's sometimes the same trash haulers, right? But they're not always coming on the same days. And so I would pose, I had no idea until I did research, the school district has its own trash hauler.
And the college?
Wow, the college, wow, what's going on here? That has massive impacts to our roads. And we all know that Proposition 6 may be repealed. And if it's repealed, there's problems for Santa Ana. We actually, bonded with our future gas tax to fix our roads because they were in disrepair for 20 years, right? So in 2008, we chose to take that risk. So if that's repealed, you expect, because the city's not going to have much money to repair beyond what Bristol and other streets that we receive money from OCTA. And so we're going to have to figure out ways of how do we reduce that impact on our roads if that measure gets repealed. Because the last thing that we want again is to have our streets what they were prior to 2006. And I think us as residents, we understood what we were facing prior to 2006 and what our roads looked like. It was awful, horrible, horrific. And so I would ask of you, since you're in the trash business and you've dealt with a lot of this, what is it that we can do to figure out a way, if we can't partner with them, but partner in a way where we're making sure that if we all are using the same trash haulers, that they're picking up the same day, right? That they're not picking up 3 or 4 days a week, because that has a massive impact on our roads. And as we move forward, we need to deal with that. One, for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but more importantly, and a lot of them are continuing to, use technology, have CNG, and so I understand that they're moving towards that, but still, the impact on our roads are tremendous. And so I'm not sure if you know this off the top of your hand. You probably don't, but if you do, that'd be great, and I think you'll be a genius if you do. But if not, I just would like for us to go back and explore how can we mitigate and minimize those impacts to our roads. The second thing that I would ask is that if we look at the C&D, the return, and
the same thing it goes for, you know, our schools and our community colleges, is that, you know, we're getting a lot of that stuff, and you look at Madison and Ware, and they've been doing this work for us, and it's in a residential neighborhood, and so they're collecting all that stuff, and there's negative impacts, right? We have new state laws in place, right, with environmental justice that's going to take place January of 2019, and so we have to start thinking about all these things. These are mandates from the state. And we're going to have to comply with all of this, and we have to connect the dots. And so as I look at C&D, we have to also look at how do we repurpose. We all know what's happening with recyclables and China no longer picking up. And that's creating, you know, problems for us here in the state. And so as we continue to look at C&D, again, how can we be strategic, you know, be innovative, and figure out ways of how we can work, whether it's with Ware Disposal, Madison, or whoever else is out there in the business, to come back with some creative solutions to help us. And at the same time, how do we repurpose and provide jobs for you know, folks here in our community? San Diego has an amazing program. Others across this country have these programs. And we have to figure out how can we utilize and support things like that. And so those are my comments at this point, but just want to thank our staff, and in particular, thank you, sir, for the amazing work that you've done. This is the kind of work we wanted to see come before us, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor Sarmiento, any comments?
Yeah, I was just listening, but I'll go ahead and just a couple of brief comments. I think that I agree with a lot of what was said by Mayor Pro Tem. You know, I think one of the reasons why the C&D was carved out for Madison and Ware was because they're a locally held company, and we place, at least there's been an effort in the past by the council to place a lot of value in trying to support local businesses, because there's a multiplier effect to using our own vendors that are in town. So just something to keep in mind as we go through the whole exercise and go through the discussion. The other point I think that I mentioned when we spoke earlier was, you know, we're a large enough community that we could maybe support two vendors. And it doesn't necessarily have to be one provider, but it could be two contractors, and maybe we use that to leverage a better price. Anytime you give a contract the size of ours to one company, it's subject to not being as efficient as you can by having two companies compete. So I think, you know, this contract being as old as it is, we haven't visited it for I don't know how many years, but I'd hate to fall in that situation again. Again, understanding a way to have efficiencies, economies of scale that will prevent the wear and tear on our roads, the duplicative services by the different agencies within town, to find a way where we can coordinate, you know, a better level of service delivery to our residents and to our businesses. That would be something. But again, I don't want to close that off, because I know other cities much larger than ours and cities our size have gone to multiple vendors. And you know, just to look at that and see, you know, how we can garner a better deal for ourselves. I think it's certainly an option for us, and we could look at that as we go through a single vendor system or a multiple vendor system.
Thank you. David Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. On two items. One is on the C&D. I think I would agree with comments previously by Councilman Solorio, that it would be maybe prudent to provide both options. One is for a vendor to choose to submit in their RFP, including those services, or also to allow us to do an independent RFP. I believe that both contracts are have the same expiration, right? So we would be going through the same process if we were to keep it independent. So in my mind, it seems like that would be a good option. However, I also am interested in you know, we have been studying this and discussing this for the last about a year or so. But you are the ones that are in the business and do quite a bit of work. Both our internal staff who manage that have been managing the contract here for a number of years, but then also you as a consultant who've done work for multiple municipalities throughout the state. So I'd be curious to hear what your recommendation is, even on that idea, on three things, both the C&D, the exclusive residential and non-exclusive commercial. I know that there are only 9 cities, or 9%, 3 cities in the city, in the county, but I'm wondering if things are trending that direction, and those are the first 3 that have gone out, and if that's something that we should consider for the purposes that Councilman Sarmiento also mentioned with competition. It seems like there would be more, potentially more benefit to the city. But I'm curious to whether that is in fact the case, and whether you would recommend that we, one, look at all 3 of these, what C&D included or not, the exclusive residential and commercial, or keeping them separate, and then this idea of one hauler versus more than one throughout the city. Right now, there isn't, the only one that you're asking us for feedback on specifically is the C&D, and I think you mentioned that we can go either way. But I'm curious to whether there would be some recommendations or trends or best practices that have been seen throughout the state.
If I can jump
Maybe
in
after
here.
I hear all the comments, I'll kind of try to respond to them as a group.
But I can jump in here, Councilman Benavides, having a little bit of knowledge of this. The trend or the recommendation is to go with one vendor for commercial. Cities that have had open markets for commercial, you have a host of different vendors, and it's really hard. There's a lot. This is a heavily regulated industry from a reporting point of view, and when you have it open-ended, it's hard to gather the data for the commercial sector. That's one. The other thing is you have more trucks, like the Mayor Pro Tem was mentioning, more trucks running through your city, and so it's harder to regulate. So that would be the recommendation, is to keep it together. The reason we're mentioning the C&D is because we understand it's a local vendor, and currently that's the structure. But again, the staff recommendation in the report is to go for a combined service, whether it's a sub-relationship and all of that. We're not going to get into that, but again, for coordination purposes, we recommend that it be one vendor having a master contract. But we can explore the option that Councilmember Solorio mentioned, to have that option for you as a carve-out to maintain the status quo in that department. But on the commercial, we clearly recommend having one vendor.
All right, Councilmember Villegas, any thoughts or questions?
Just thinking about keeping option 3 on the demolition and construction separate. That's one of the options, correct?
I can call for the question in such fashion that we can vote separately on that.
I would like that.
All right. I've got some comments. One is that this is all a little bit awkward because you're asking for input. There's going to be 3 new council members, one way or another, sitting up here in a few days, and they're going to have different ideas. And so, we can give you all the ideas, but there'll be other ideas, I am certain. So I don't know how else to put it, but, it's the reality of the world we live in. There are elections, and people leave, people come. And so I would just be prepared. I mean, maybe they'll have all the same comments, but maybe not. Maybe there'll be different ideas. A couple of things I want to mention is that I know under new tax laws, depreciation is different. And so somehow, whoever the companies are, they're going to benefit from that. As they buy equipment, they'll be able to depreciate quicker. And I just want to make sure we pass those savings on to the residents and businesses of the city. And maybe that'll be naturally occurring through the comparative process. But we ought to be aware of that, because I know in the old days it was a different tax structure, and we had to deal with that and support the companies, to be able to meet with their, their requirements. But at least for now, maybe tax law will change again in the future, but at least for now, it's a much, much more beneficial to corporations as they buy equipment and they depreciate it in their books. The other thing I want to mention is I think, 10-year maybe give it more thought, but it seems not to be unreasonable. You talk about lifespan and all that. I know sometimes maybe you can do more with a little bit longer term if they can get better financing or access markets differently. Again, I'm trying to figure out how do we benefit residents the best. I know we have a current contract. I don't know if it'd be possible, but I want to make sure whatever we do, that it's not worse than what we have today. I'd really hate that we go out to bid and do all this stuff and all these ideas, and we come back and tell our residents, your rates are going to go up, only because we put it out to bid and we had a better contract before than we have now. I don't know if that's possible, but I'd hate for unintended consequences to occur. And I know that the rates at the county landfills are changing and certain things are getting full, and if they have to drive further to go get rid of the trash, it costs more. I also know that recycling is changing, and as we recycle more and more, I want to make sure it benefits our residents. And trash used to be a negative thing, you just had to get rid of it. Now everything has value. We live in a world where if we can recycle and repurpose and reuse, we're going to be much, much better off. And I'd like to figure out, are there things that we can do? Maybe it's not through the contract. Maybe there's separate council actions, but, things like plastic. There are cities that are using, paper sometimes and less plastic, and, things like straws that, get out in the ocean, and now there's some island out there that's bigger than Texas, just of plastic that, we're all dumping into the ocean. How can we be more intelligent and try to help our city and maybe help the planet at the same time? With schools, I don't know how much we can coordinate with them. It sure would be a good conversation to have, but typically we're different legal entities and they've got their contracts and it's not all coterminous, so I don't know what realistically we could do there, but if we could do something, it'd be a great thing. The other thing I want to mention is that I think we all know that, in essence, the businesses subsidize the residences. At the end of the day, the way you structure any contract, the businesses will pay more, they can afford to pay more, and the residents will end up being subsidized. They'll end up paying less. If we were to break it all up and they had nothing to do with each other, it's going to be real hard to get low rates for our residents without having the business community involved in the contract. So I just want to make sure we don't, again, end up with unintended consequences and tell our businesses, good news, your rates are going down, but then tell our residents, bad news, your rates are going way up. Not where I think we want to end up without understanding how we got there. The other thing I want to mention is that on the residential area, I see many of the suggestions, and you probably have more information elsewhere in the contract, but I know neighborhood pickups are really, really popular. Where we put a bin out there, you got to get out there early, because all of a sudden all this junk starts coming out and the bins fill up, and I think that's a good thing. It's a good service that we provide our community. And to the extent that we can figure out how to do that even a little bit more often, I think we're helping, residents and keeping the city, generally cleaner. The other thing I want to mention is that I think, construction and demolition is a different animal. It's a little bit of their nature is a little bit different. And when I call for the question, I want to break it up because I'm not sure that approving an inclusion of construction demolition ultimately is going to get us a better contract. Possibly, Councilmember Solario's concept of having an option, but I definitely think it's to our advantage to have the flexibility or the freedom to say we want to try to benefit from keeping that separate. So with that, let me ask for council members on, I know you have a whole lot of more stuff you can say, but it's 10 o'clock. And I'm telling you, you're going to get more input in a few days. And so let's just keep working with each other. But right now, let me just see where the council's at. On item number 1, I would entertain a motion. That's to adopt the Santa Ana Green policy as drafted based on council and community input. Do I have a motion for that?
Move the item.
Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. Item number 2, this is approve additional optional environmental program to include in the solid waste services request for proposal scope of work, and you've listed, I believe, 9 items there. I would entertain a motion on that.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve just with comment.
Okay.
Could I ask our staff currently now what our current franchise fee is from our trash haulers?
Yes, we have 26.15% effective rate.
So 26.1%. And is that the total franchise that that's from the actual trash hauler?
Yes, from all rates, all fees combined into one.
So all fees combined to one. That includes city administrative fees as well?
Everything.
Everything. Okay, great. So just want us to make that very clear. That's 26.1%. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for that question. So I've got I believe a motion and a second on item number 2. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item number 3, I would entertain a motion and/or thoughts. Councilmember Villegas?
I was just going to say I wanted to strike it from being included, keep it separate.
So your motion be to keep it separate?
That's my motion.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Could I have a quick
Go
comment?
ahead.
Could I ask what the rates are in regards to for each of these? We currently have waste and ware disposal doing both, right? And what are those franchise fees for those two, or is it combined for waste management and then it's a different fee for ware?
With the 2 C&D contracts, it's 12.8%.
And they're the same for both?
That we have maximum rates. They are not allowed to charge more than those maximum rates.
And that's what they charge?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same.
Great, thank you.
All right, so we had a motion and a second. I said those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we have 3 ayes. So motion fails, it's 3-3. Oh, you were an aye? Okay, I couldn't, I'm sorry. So it passes 4-2. So with that, let's go on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, let me just make a comment on that. If we are going to separate them, maybe the staff could come separately on a timeline for what that will be like, because again, especially because the contracts go hand in hand timeline-wise, we need to figure out what that process is going to be for the standalone C&D contract.
And they'll come back. They'll come back. Thank you.
Council, let me assist for the record to clarify what the motion exactly was that was approved. I believe it had been modified from number 3.
The motion was not to go with staff recommendation.
Thank you. Just to strike it all together.
To strike it all together.
So it'll be handled separately.
Item 65B is in Boyd. I would entertain, I guess that...
It's a receive and file.
It's a receive and file.
Mayor,
but it's
I do
got-
have comment.
But do you have a presentation, Ms. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, we have a brief presentation. We can go through a few slides just to give an overview of where we are ending the year. Our acting finance director, Mr. Sergio Vidal, will guide us through this.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening. My name is Sergio Vidal, Acting Executive Director for the City of Santa Ana's Finance Department. And just real briefly, we're going to go ahead and jump into the fiscal year 17-18 preliminary year-end update and comprehensive annual financial report and audit process. Pretty long-winded name for this late of the evening, but we're going to get through it real quick for you guys. Quick agenda, we'll go real quick on the revenue and expenditures for 17-18. Just give a quick update. Also on the report card, year-end balance, we'll provide a quick updated projected deficit for the 17-18. We'll briefly describe the audit process, what it entails to arrive at this point for the city, and quick next steps for not only the year-end update, but some also financial reporting items. Real quick, general fund, as mentioned this evening, sales tax, property tax remains the bulwark for the city. $45 million for the sales tax has been received for 17-18 preliminary at this time. However, it did come in a little shallow, partially as a result of some reporting issues from the state, CDTFA, or the former BOE. Property tax continues its strong growth, about 3% in line with projections. Likewise, UUT, however, we are seeing some effects as a result of state legislation, cap and trade effects, and conservation efforts as well. Business license, reflection of the city's business, up about 3%, and hotel visitors tax, $9.3 million. In addition to the jail revenue fund, we're reporting about $10.4 million. That's largely attributable to the U.S. Marshal contract approved by the council in August. About $9.4 million. The remaining balance was about $1 million from Bureau of Prisons. Building permits and related building plan check fees. This is also a strong revenue source. However, it did come in a little shallow, $4.4 million for 17-18 as well. However, we are optimistic for an upcoming fiscal year, about $6 million in 18-19. An additional key revenue source, cannabis. 6 months efforts is related to adult use retail. We have reported about $2.5 million, so that's a reflection again of 6 months of activity. We're anticipating for this fiscal year, obviously a full year value. We'll get a lot better report for the 18-19. However, we are a little...
Excuse me, real quick on that point. Ms. City Manager, do you have any idea how much we spent on enforcement for cannabis? Because you're reporting the revenue. Hopefully the enforcement goes down and down and down and the net goes up. But do you have a concept of what we might be spending right now?
I don't know if our finance director does, but I would tend to think that, yes, it's starting to go down because we had 120 before I got here in terms of illegal operators. I think now we're down to one or two.
But that means a lot of lawsuits and a lot of attorney fees.
Yeah, a lot of attorney's fees.
Mike, you may have some input here.
My deputy city manager says we've got about 11 positions that are involved in this, and so that adds up to about 1.5 million.
1.5
just from
million.
a staffing point of view. Just from a staffing point of view. If we've used any outside law firms for any of the abatement work, then that would be extra.
So we still might be pretty close overall to break even, and the numbers would have to go up significantly for there to be net revenue to the city.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Keep going.
General fund expenditures overall, we're coming in about $238 million for the general fund, or 98% at budget. Again, this really reflects the city's departments managing expenditures, but also some vacancy savings. There's about 56 police officer funded vacancies and 123 overall for the general fund. Citywide, about 180, so the bulwark of the city's vacancies still reside within the general fund. Here an update, how we do, what is the report card at this sphere. I just want to stress that this is a preliminary at this time, pending final audit review by the auditors, and we'll get in shortly real quick of what that really means. Staff presented in May about a $6.2 to $8.2 million range deficit, so we're falling within line, $7.2 million. Obviously, adult use has impacted the city's revenue source and has decreased its projected deficit for 17-18. Again, real quick on the CAFR audit process, the auditors are in the building.
Quick question, going back to the previous slide. Can you remind us what we projected as deficit at the time of budget adoption, what we were looking at for the 17-18 year? Is it consistent with the 7.2? Are we slightly higher or lower?
For 17-18, the range was 6.2 to 8.2 million. The reduction would mainly be from 2 million in anticipated revenues from adult use. So right now we're coming in at 7.2, which is about $1 million over the projection from 17-18.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to that, so in the budget, you're telling us there was a range that we put in for what those one-time funds were, or was there a discrete specific amount?
For the one-time value, 6.2 million for 17-18.
6.2 overall
Yes.
of the surplus,
Yeah.
one time, okay.
Yes. As I mentioned, the auditors are in the building. They should be concluding their portion of the process and issuing a final opinion to the city in December of this year. So it's about a 2-month process from when they begin with the city in October and over to December. And really, it's a culmination. The CAFR is a 6-month process beginning in spring quarter, April, and then obviously as we accrue revenues and expenditures through September. Just quickly, real quick, next steps. As we mentioned, this is really our presentation that we did present at the council committee at Edibit, but also we're looking to finalize a year-end update for the city for 17-18 in the second meeting in December. Also, we want to go ahead and give a larger financial picture for the city and provide a non-general funds update sometime in January as well. Next steps as well for related to the current fiscal year, first quarter and mid-year, we're looking at coming in at a bit next week, and also go ahead and provide some additional presentations. And we're looking to come back to the council for first quarter update in the second meeting in November. And finally, coming back to the council for the mid-year update, really to sharpen our pencils, really give you a status of where we are 18-19, what is the projected deficit at that time as well. And finally, we're going to also, staff is engaged Bartel and Associates to provide a little more deeper analysis in terms of the city's pension obligations and the upcoming projections with CalPERS as well. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
I think it's getting late, but do we have questions?
Yes, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So thank you for presenting. So I wanted just to ask a couple of things. One, in regards to the 180 vacancies and 123 through the general fund. So the revenues based on these vacancies, were they funded or not funded?
These positions, 180 vacancies, we had some vacancy savings. Mm-hmm. Some of the positions were unfunded, so not all positions were not funded.
Well, what is that number that was funded and not funded? Do you have that number handy?
We can come back and provide that information.
Wow, okay. My second question, and why I get so frustrated, because I've asked time and time again that we should have and understand what we're dealing with our budget, and when we tell folks that we have these vacancies and we have certain things funded and they're not funded, and then we have attrition savings and we don't really know what we have. And it's very frustrating when we ask a question and it can't be presented to us. It's like, I'm not the practitioner, you're the practitioner, so I would hope that you would have those numbers available when asked, and they're just not. And so, we keep on wanting to know, how many positions are funded and what's not funded, so that we can come out to the community and be transparent about that. We just can't say that we have all these positions available, and then they say, well, why aren't you hiring anybody? Why aren't you hiring the police? Why aren't you hiring these other positions? When essentially they're on the books, but there's no money to fund them. Right? We got to be honest about that. And we got to put that down in a way where we can articulate that and be transparent about it, not only to this council, but to this community. And the second question is the surplus funds. There were monies that were being utilized to help with the deficit, whether it was, back in, we had revenues from, this so-called, we called surplus, our strategic funds, that we didn't get to fund certain things. Where did that money go? And how much of it? And what's left over? None of that is documented. No one is sharing. And that's my frustration, that there's no transparency, that we have a responsibility I have a fiduciary responsibility that when I approve a budget and when I'm looking at this year-end, mid-year review, that these questions could be answered immediately. Our community deserves to know this council deserves this. And the third that I'm going to end with is that this council approved to move forward with a comprehensive audit. So we understand where we're at. Where is the RFP? Where is that? Instead, we're talking about city pension analysis. I asked, a year and a half ago with my colleagues, and they said they were going to do it. It didn't happen. We put it in the budget for this time around. It's in June. We're now going into November, and nothing has come before us to do this comprehensive audit so that we know where we're at once and for all financially. And where is all this money? If it's not there, where, you know, we should know. You know, you talk about a CAFR, we have to know that that's in the rears. This is a year prior. This is 18, 19. Right, so we should know. I get what the CAFR's for, and I understand we have to comply with state law, and we have to have balanced budgets when ultimately we really don't have a balanced budget. You know, so I get very frustrated that we can't provide the appropriate factual numbers. You know, and in particular, that really just irks me is the vacancies. Right, we either have them filled or we do not. And where is that money being utilized? Because at the end of the day, if we're not going to fill these positions, we shouldn't put them there. Right. Let's stop doing that. You know, and if we are doing attrition savings, what is that? Because we give a budget to every department, and then you're told, well, you got to cut 8%, 10%. So I don't know how you're going to deal with it, even though the council approved your budget. Well, I'm going to ask you to save 8%. And, you know, the community has expectations. This council has expectations. Come back. Well, we didn't get to do X, Y, and Z because
City Manager, do you want to respond?
We have this 8% attrition savings or 10%. And so, you know, as I leave, I have 2 more meetings. I'm just going to let it all out. You know, I have nothing to lose here. This community deserves to have transparency in this budget. And I'm here. I've tried my very best. I've been patient since June, asking when we were going to get this comprehensive, analysis and get these people hired so that we know where we at. Where are we? No one can tell us, even to this day.
City Manager?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I wanted just to mention that I found the same kind of lack of transparency that the Mayor Pro Tem was speaking about when I first got on board. Understand that this budget that we're reporting on was really a budget that I inherited. One of the things that the current year's budget that I was hoping to do is get away from that attrition savings model that was in place. So I hope that this year's is a little bit more transparent, but we probably need to work on getting it more transparent. But one of the issues that we dealt with is exactly that issue of what vacancies were actually funded or not, and it was very hard to determine. So I hope we've done a better job with the current year's budget, but in this case, we're reporting on the previous year's budget. Regarding the comprehensive fiscal assessment, is something that I'm committed to. We're having a new finance director come on board at the end of this month, and I wanted to make sure that I got her input before moving forward, but I think that we need to do this regardless of whether the revenue measure passes or not. We need to know exactly where we are, and also what, more importantly, what the trend is moving forward so that the council can make appropriate policy decisions based on that information. So we're still committed to doing that. We just had a change in leadership, and that's where we're at with that. But I wanted to tell you that this attrition stuff is not something that I support, and we're working to get away from that.
And it's not embedded in the 18-19 component as well. And I think you had a question as well as assigned fund balance is 16.2 million. That was reported at 16-17. It's more for your point. What is that 16.7 million for use for 17-18, and then obviously to address the 18-19 projected deficit. So that is reported and will be reported, and that's part of our comprehensive review as well. But we come back to council in December as well when we do finalize. So that has been reported, but however, we will definitely work through providing that information to the council.
The reason we carved out the unfunded liability analysis is because it's really key to the impacts we're feeling from PERS. So what we hope Bartel Associates will be able to do is actually give us a more accurate projection than we're getting from PERS right now, so we can anticipate a little bit better what the impacts of what's going on over there will be on our city. And so we carved that out and started that earlier. So we hope to have that done this fall, basically.
That's correct, Mr. City Manager.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I think it's just a receive and file. But it says we may vote on this.
Just to receive the report. Yes.
All right, do we have a second? Those in favor?
Aye.
Solario smiled, so he seconded it. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Even voted for his own second. That's a good thing. So now I'm going to take something out of order. I know we still have some more items, but I've got some speakers that wish to address us. From the Nova Academy, Renee Lancaster, Andrea Brombaugh, followed by Patricia Espinosa, and Natalie Battersby. Please go ahead, Renee, and welcome.
Oh, thank you so very much. My name is Renee Lancaster, and I'm the CEO of Nova Academy Early College High School. A little tired now. You guys are amazing. I want to start by thanking each of you and the mayor for everything you have done for Nova Academy and for your continued support of our school. Tonight, I am here, and I have to report that we had over 150 parents and students here tonight, but as you know, they have tests tomorrow, they're involved in college, and so they had to go home, and all our teachers had to leave as well. But we have some board members and volunteers still here to express concern regarding the proposed route of the new OC streetcar. 92% of our students live in Santa Ana, and 90% qualify for free and reduced lunches. While we recognize the benefits that OC Streetcar will provide, we have been trying to speak with OCTA and city officials since early 2017 regarding the projected route traveling right past Nova Academy, just steps from our front door. This will greatly impact the ingress and egress for our campus. In addition to regular foot traffic, seamlessly harmless actions of students, such as listening to music through earphones, chatting with friends, attending evening extracurricular events and activities at school, dances, talent shows, walking into or leaving class will suddenly come with risk. Even more troubling in the event of an emergency such as an earthquake, fire, gas leak, which we experienced, or God forbid, a lockdown, the effects could be devastating. The front doors of our building serve as the primary evacuation route for over 450 staff and student members. Navigating the passing of the streetcar and or crossing its tracks during evacuation would only further endanger our students. If construction continues as planned, the OC streetcar will travel right through our evacuation path. This is evidenced by the photos that were taken during our evacuation drill this morning, which we brought with us this evening. I'm sorry my students had to leave. I just want you to be able to see so you get a good idea. And this is only a portion of the students coming in and out. We have 450 of them. You see the lines where those lines were put down by a traffic engineer to model the exact streetcar tracks in front of the school.
Can you conclude, Renee?
Yes. We need to proactively plan for the safety of our students and staff. This cannot be done until we receive answers to basic questions we have asked, such as what safety measures are in place to protect our students? How fast will it travel by our campus? Will there be a security guard from OCTA stationed at the platform by our campus? Have there been disclosures to the Federal Transit Administration that there is a public high school entrance and exit within feet of the streetcar? We need information. We need cooperation. We need to start working together now to ensure that we are not gathered here again under much different and tragic circumstances. Kids will be kids, even good ones. Thank you for listening to us tonight and for your consideration. Our principal had to leave as well.
Thank you. Andrea?
Principal, Dr. Brooks, he's not here.
Oh, Andrea's not here. Patricia?
Teacher, not here.
And Natalie?
Good evening, Mayor Polito and distinguished members of the Santa Ana Council. I am Natalie Battersby, the founding principal of Nova Academy Early College High School. I had retired after teaching 41 years when I was asked to come and work with this wonderful new high school that was being proposed. I was asked to partner with Dr. Donald Valor and Renee Lancaster as the principal. Our goals were, with starting this high school, to provide an outstanding academic education for underrepresented students and to make certain that not only did we have an outstanding education, but that we also had an environment that was safe and nurturing for these students. We have, for 14 years, worked diligently to ensure that we have fulfilled both of these goals, keeping our students safe and providing them with an outstanding education. My commitment to these goals and objectives for our students has required me to stay involved with Nova Academy. Until now, this is my 79 years of age and my 55 years as an educator. This is a wonderful school, and we have done the things that we were intending to do. Our school stands as a monument of excellence, changing the lives of students. I lost my 12-year-old daughter to a hit-and-run accident. And so for me, I implore you to please work with us to see that our children are safe from anything happening. We ask you to provide for us safety measures so that things continue as they are. We thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Let me thank you for being here, for many, many hours. You saw a little bit, some of what we often work with and deal with. Let me tell you that as a member of OCTA, I commit to you to set up meetings, as many as it takes, with appropriate safety experts and officials. I'll tell you, we've documented everything to the Federal Transportation Administration, of the California Public Utilities Commission, our own OCTA staff as well, working with the city. But we also recognize that when a project's about to become real, everything starts looking differently. And so I want to make sure that every child at that school is safe. It's a wonderful school, by the way. I know a few years ago, this entire council worked with you to help bring that school into reality, and you took that old SunWest Bank building and changed the educational code. Did a lot of seismic work within a very short period of time, and then you opened the school on time, which was amazing. And now it's really beginning to hum. It's starting to go. I've visited a few times, and it's a wonderful, wonderful institution. So I have your numbers. What I'd like to do is, contact you tomorrow and set up appropriate meetings with safety experts, and whether we have to, place people out there or have a crossing guard. I don't know what we will do it. I'll tell you, it's going to go in front of a lot of people. It's going right down Ford Street. It's not unlike what we have in Portland or in Washington, D.C., or many, many other places. There's streetcars in the middle of very active cities. So with that, let me take other comment. Councilmember Vince Sarmiento.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I think that your comments really touched a chord with me, and I've heard others just a little east of where you are along 4th Street that was just mentioned, because the alignment goes down a very busy and important corridor for us, and a lot of our merchants are very concerned about the impact that they're going to have, not just for safety reasons, but people who've just purchased new businesses and folks who have a lot invested there, and the impact it's going to have construction right along the front end of them. So, look, I know that we've been talking about this for a long time, but I think with staff, and I think it was mentioned earlier, we're going to have a change out of new council members, and there may be a difference of opinion on this streetcar. I'm certainly starting to listen to some of the folks who aren't real supportive, and I'd like to maybe revisit this and talk to the Transit Authority and see, what other options they have. I know Mayor Tate in Anaheim is very opposed. He's looked at, a rubber tire system and, going with a bus line. But look, I don't want this to be a boondoggle and for this to be a subsidy that we're going to have to be paying because there's no ridership on that. Is there a benefit to the city? And those are some deeper, more profound questions that we need to ask. But look, I think right now there's enough opposition along 4th Street. There's enough opposition all over the county on how these monies should be spent that I think the questions need to be asked. And, these are questions that we need to ask ourselves continually, because we don't want to be subsidizing a system that we're going to be committed to that has, a few folks riding it and not being a benefit to the city. So, Mr. City Manager, I just want us to circle back with the Transit Authority. I'd love to meet with some of the staff there to talk about maybe some of the alternatives, but I am starting to listen to some of the merchants and Nova and others who just want to figure out, is this the wise use of our money and our time?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just here looking at our complete streets plan, our circulation element plan, and I know that as we've done these studies with our consultants, in particular with our circulation element and our downtown complete streets plans, our downtown is included, and we've looked at emphasizing placemaking first and putting pedestrians and cyclists, as our number one priority. And so knowing that Nova was already coming and there, we had a lot of public engagement through these plans, and many of the community raised the same points that you raised, and we were able to do these comprehensive plans. I would urge you to take a look at those and see what is it else that we can do to help make you feel safer. Safety for pedestrians and bicyclists is very important, as we have a ton of students, not only through Nova, but you have our Santa Ana Unified School Districts, you have the elementary school, you have the high school, you have Willard Intermediate, have High School of the Arts, so we have a lot of traffic of young people in our downtown, and we want to make sure that not only our patrons of the businesses, but also our students feel safe and the parents feel safe. And as we look at the streetcar, I really thought construction was supposed to happen in July, August. I don't know what happened with that, but we're coming into November. Yeah, I've heard costs have increased, and so I'm not sure when we are going to break ground, but with that being said, we have emphasized placemaking, pedestrian and biking as a huge emphasis in that area. And I would encourage you to also meet with our staff that have been working on that and what is it that we can do to help and or apply for grants. I don't believe that as we look at the streetcar that it's going to have some drastic impacts, because as the mayor did indicate,
there are, the streetcar is not going to go as fast as a basic train, and it will stop specifically in our downtown at much lower speeds. And so, again, as we look at this streetcar, if it even happens, I'm not sure. Obviously, the cost, I've heard, is significant.
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is public comment.
Correct, yes.
And
So,
we do not have the
yes.
ability under the Brown
Great.
Act to have a
Yes.
full-blown discussion
Thank
of the
you.
policy
Yeah,
issues.
great.
All right. Brief comments, Councilor Solorio?
Yeah, just a quick point, also just because we received a number of emails. Number one, we're in the pre-construction phase, so there is utility planning and utility-related construction work that's happening. Two, some of this is kind of chicken and egg thing. What came first? The route or the school. I know it's a great location and building because our college district was looking at buying it, and so probably as part of the due diligence, maybe the district did know. I mean, the school did know that the train was going to come. I would like to, staff is looking at the timing. I would ask that you consider visiting other high schools or comparable schools like in San Diego, Sacramento, where they have light rail, because it's quieter, slower, and I think at the end of the day, it's going to be an asset for your school and your students. I have no doubt that in 5-10 years, it's going to be on your brochures as a benefit to the school for the parents and the kids. But more communication between our staff and the school and OCTA would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, briefly. This affects me a lot, just like the school, even more so, because this goes right past my front door. So I would like to be involved in those meetings. But I know the streetcar is 20 years in the making, and it's going to happen, and we're going to have to work with it. But I would like to be involved in the meeting, sir.
You got it.
Thank you.
Additional comment? If not, we'll move on. Councilman Benavides.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the members of the school who came out and addressed us, and for your patience as well. I know it's been a long night. And I had the opportunity to be there at the grand opening of the new Nova Academy at its current site and location, and had an opportunity to see and meet some of the students and the staff, and it is the school is a great asset to our community, to our students. Appreciate the fact that there has been some thought into, as has been stated, the project has been long time in the planning process. Various routes were identified, were vetted, and community meetings held in order to provide feedback. And the route here is the route that was finally selected. However, and it's quite far along in the process where it's pre-construction. However, there can be and should be mitigating measures that can be taken to be able to provide, ensure that the safety and security of the students. So I would ask Mr. City Manager and Mr. City Manager to our Director of Public Works, Mr. Suisse, to ensure that we are following up with the leadership at the school, connecting them with the proper representatives from the Orange County Transportation Authority to ensure that we are, as quickly as we can, incorporating any measures, security measures that we can take. And there was reference of Portland streetcar as one example, and I remember visiting that site, and there is the streetcar there comes in a very similar type of setting, in a very urban environment, right outside of, I believe it's Portland State University, so educational institution, and it's close to retail as well, in a pedestrian area, very similar, pedestrian mall, very similar to what is our own Sasser Park here. So there have been measures that have been addressed, that have been taken there to address pedestrian safety there. So that might be a model, something we can look at as well. But just do ask for the continued work with Nova Academy and the administration.
Thank you. And for Renee Lancaster, I'll make sure that the Executive Director, Daryl Johnson, calls you tomorrow and sets up that initial meeting. Thank you for coming down. So with that, next item is item 75A. There's a public hearing to hold a third hearing regarding the ward boundaries, select a preferred map, and adjourn the meeting to October 30th. Do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have several speakers, and we also have a presentation by our
all right, let's take the speakers first. Okay, Teresa Lee, followed by Karina Serum. Teresa, come on down. And after that, Nademi Ruiz. What is that? Noemi Ruiz. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Lee. I am a Santa Ana resident, and I am here today because I want to express my support for Plan D. Map D uses the riverbed to outline the Vietnamese community of interest on the west end of the Santa Ana. For many years, this area of Santa Ana has considered itself a community as evident by the Vietnamese stories. With this map, our community will have a stronger voice at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Karina, followed by Naomi Ruiz. Chris Schmidt.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just a point of clarification. Last week, I attended a meeting with all the downtown businesses, and city staff was there making a presentation on the ballot initiatives. When they spoke about the redrawing of the boundaries and the district elections, the city staff member mentioned the current CVRA lawsuit and said the reason we're in it is because they cannot elect an Asian candidate of their preference. So I asked for clarification, and the city staff member said yes. I said, I believe it's a candidate of their preference. It's not an Asian candidate. So maybe if we can just check and make sure that city staff is providing the right information, I'd appreciate it. I believe it was Daisy.
All right, that was Chris. Perfecta Angelos. Michelle was that. Or Leticia Rege. Come on down. Maria Cisneros. Alejandra Capistran.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alejandra, soy residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana y líder del toco del movimiento Ismama en la parroquia Inmaculado Corazón de María. Quiero decir que yo estoy aquí para apoyar el plan D, pero también quiero abogar por las recomendaciones que hizo OCO y OCOR para la ciudad, aquí en la ciudad de Santa Ana, cerca de las comunidades de interés de Lacey. Yo considero que teniendo un mapa como plan D, la voz de la comunidad y como votante será más fuerte. Gracias por votar sí por el mapa Plan D. Gracias. Dios les bendiga.
¿Me permite, señor? No se vaya. ¿Cuál es su nombre?
Alejandra
Capistran. My name is Alejandra Capistran. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, leader of OCO and the movement IMACMA in the Immaculate Heart of Mary, and I want to support Plan D. I also like to advocate for the recommendations made by OCO and OCORD to the City of Santa Ana regarding the community of interest of Lacey. I consider that having map as Plan D, the voice of the community, and as voters, it will be the voice of the voters will be stronger. Thank you for voting yes for map D. God bless you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Leticia Roque, soy residente de Santa Ana
y líder de OCO en Movimiento y Magma en la Parroquia Inmaculado Corazón de María. Y estoy aquí porque quiero expresar mi apoyo al Plan D como la mejor opción que representaría a las comunidades de Santa Ana. Este plan propuesto representará mejor a todos en la ciudad. También quiero abogar por la comunidad de interés Lacey que se presentó en la ciudad de Oco y Ocourt. Los residentes comparten mucha similitud como lo de sus ingresos, la renta, idioma, educación, tradiciones, cultura, etc. El mapa D está con estas recomendaciones. Será un mapa que refleja equidad y democracia para todos, es decir, grupos étnicos, tradiciones, culturas, lenguajes, educación y niveles socioeconómicos. Gracias por votar sí por el Plan D. Dios los bendiga.
Hello, my name is Leticia Roque. I'm a resident of Santa Ana and leader of OCO and the IMACMA movement in the parish of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. I'm here because I'd like to express my support for Plan D as the best option to represent the Santa Ana communities. This proposed plan will better represent everyone in the city. I'd also like to advocate for the Lacey community of interest that presented to the city via OCO and Accord, and the residents share many things such as income, rent, language, education, traditions, culture, etc. Map D with these recommendations will be a map that reflects equality and democracy for all, meaning ethnic groups, traditions, cultures, languages, education, and socioeconomic levels. Thank you for voting yes for Map D. God bless you.
Thank you, Teodoro Mendoza. Or Elizabeth Martinez, María Ramírez, Rafael Borja,
Muy buenas noches, Concilio de la Ciudad. Mi nombre es Rafael Borja. Soy residente de Santa Ana y líder de OCO y del movimiento IMACMA de la Parroquia Inmaculado Corazón de María. Estoy contento porque tengo la paciencia y la esperanza de haber llegado acá y me llegó el momento. Estoy aquí porque quiero expresar mi apoyo al Plan D como la mayor opción que representaría a las comunidades de Santa Ana. Este plan propuesto representará mejor a todos en la ciudad. Con el corazón grande que tienen en ayudar a la comunidad, gracias por votar sí por el mapa Plan D. Dios les dé la fortaleza y la bendición para que haga una mejor ciudad. Gracias.
Gracias, Rafael. Alejandra Hernández.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Rafael Borja. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, leader of OCO in a MACMA movement in the parish of Immaculate Heart of Mary. I'm here because I'd like to express my support for Plan D as the best option for the city of Santa Ana. This plan would represent everyone in the city. I'd like to advocate for the community of interest of Lacey and represented by OCO and Accord. And the residents share a lot of similarities such as income, rent, language, education, traditions, culture. Map D with these recommendations will reflect democracy for all, ethnic groups, traditions, cultures, languages, education, and socioeconomic levels. Thank you for voting yes on Map D with a big heart that you have to help the community. Yes on Plan D. God bless you.
Alejandra Hernandez, Juan Lopez. Okay, so I think we're done with that. So now you had comment, Mayor Pro Tem, or somebody, our consultant wanted to make a presentation?
Thank you for having me here again. I believe per the agreement we were under, we wanted to go through the presentation in each of these meetings, correct? Okay, so I'm going to go through the presentation. We've seen it before, but I'm going to go through it. There's a couple extra slides that I've added and even some slides that are responsive to some of the comments that you've heard here tonight, because these are some of the same comments we've heard at the other public meetings.
Can I ask a quick question for you?
Yeah.
Have there been any modifications to the plan adjustment or to any of the maps at all?
So I'm going to provide to you here today some potential recommended changes for Plan D that take into account some of the conversations that we're having here. They're referring to it as the Lacey drawing, the neighborhood, and the map that was submitted with that. So I'll point it out in this presentation. So in redistricting, we're following some traditional redistricting principles to try to make sure that we're doing the best process. Starting off, districts will be relatively equal size. There's a lot of Supreme Court case law on this, as recent as last year. But essentially what we're talking about is based on the 2010 census, we're going to have each of these districts be equal in total raw population. The total raw population was 324,000, and each district is going to be around 54,000 residents. Districts are going to be contiguous, meaning they're going to be whole parts, not going to jump up and go around the city. They're going to be entire entities. We're going to work to maintain communities of interest, and in doing so, we're going to be looking at two types of communities of interest. One is the protected classes. Latinos, Asians, any other religious, ethnic, national subgroups. And in the city of Santa Ana, we do find a very dense concentration of citizen voting age population that are either Asian or Latino. And we're looking at 60% Latino based on that calculation and around 17% Asian. When we map this, we can actually see these populations and where their densities are greatest. When we look at the Latino density, we see that throughout the center of the city. And we have some very high Latino populations, some even areas with 90% of the adult citizen population being Latino. The Asian population is a little bit different, and it was actually referenced in some of the earlier testimony that the Asian population is most densely populated on the eastern side, or on the western side of the city. And over there we see populations that aren't as dense as the heavily Latino populations, but we do see populations with, 40 or 50% of the adult citizen population being Asian. Aside from ethnic communities of interest, we also look at other communities of interest. It could be people who work in a certain industry, it could be people who are seniors or young people, and one that came up in a lot of public testimony, it could be people based on socioeconomics, like renters versus homeowners. And we were actually asked to map some of this information around, as an example, income. And when we looked at income, we were able to see some areas in the lightly shaded areas with much lower incomes than the rest of the city. And when we zoom in, we can see there are areas where the per capita income based on the most recent American Community Survey data from the U.S. Census puts the average at, $6,000, $7,000, $10,000. And then we also looked at renters versus homeowners. Oh wait, this is the renters versus homeowners. We looked at renters versus homeowners, and we found some areas that have extremely high percentages of rental populations. And I want to draw your attention to a couple sections here. The very top of that blue Santa Ana triangle, and you can see it's adjacent to the freeway where we have 93, 97% renters, is also an area that popped in here in terms of the lighter shade, that triangle up there with lower income. That'll come to bear when we look at potential amendments to the map. Following city and county local government lines is a way for us to kind of piggyback on existing work. And some of that work we'll go into could be school districts, it could be neighborhoods. Then finally, keeping districts compact, and that's simply meaning to not have districts that are taking serpentine shapes around the city, but more squares and circles. And when we do violate any of these criteria, we're going to have a justification. We're going to have a justification that's based on community input. So as an example, if we were to not follow an existing city boundary that's right there, it might be because the community came and said that their community of interest was not exactly following that boundary. We've had multiple community meetings around the city, and we've had them in mornings and evenings and weekends and weeknights, and we've had them with you as the council members and also out in community centers around the city. And the top voices that were the top concerns that were voiced were, first off, keeping neighborhoods together. We heard that many times in different ways. Then secondly, considering socioeconomic factors. There were folks asking for additional data that we provided. And then there were also folks asking for some mapping, like the mapping you saw of the rental and the income. And then there were a lot of concerns about the process. Those were concerns about the fact that we're even doing this, or the fact of where is the role in the court process and in the city its own process. So there was a lot of discussion of those things, but what most will impact my job will be those first two. In terms of the online comments, we received, I'd say probably around a dozen online comments. And the online comments came oftentimes in the form of drawing of communities of interest using the mapping tool that was provided by Esri. And what we saw was mostly things about how communities should be related by the neighborhoods, areas that are outside of the neighborhoods that should be considered a part of that area. And then also, again, using that rental data and specifically using that in Plan D to try to capture more of the population of low income and renters. And also a comment in there, put on top there the Spanish language population as well as income and renters. When we look at the current districts, we can see two things that really kind of jump out, maybe three things that jump out. First off, the Asian population on the western side of the city you can see is not unified within one district, it's rather split up. Secondly, we have this District 3 that is essentially a east to west district around the northern top of the city, and then the remainder of the districts are more horizontal or more vertical. As I was saying, we did look at neighborhoods. We actually used this as probably the primary geography when drawing initial lines, was to utilize the neighborhoods as kind of the set pieces of the redistricting. And when we looked at the neighborhoods, we actually saw in some of the populations of heavy Latino and heavy Asian populations that the neighborhoods did serve as good proxies oftentimes for these other ethnic subgroups. We looked at geographic boundaries, and the most important geographic boundary when looking at what is named District A in I think all of the plans, was the school districts. And school districts, this Garden Grove Unified School District does overlap the most significant population that is Asian, and it actually, just by happenstance, is almost exactly the size of what could be one council district. We also looked at the lines that were drawn for congressional seats, and you can see in the congressional districts there's actually testimony about the 48th congressional district absorbing a lot of the Asian population in Orange County, and the 46th being a heavily Latino congressional district. So the current lines in Santa Ana, and we were asked by the public to provide some of this data to look at the current lines and how it might be representative or not representative of this city as a whole right now, and how it could or couldn't be considered kind of compliant with the CVRA. And as you can see, in terms of the Asian population, the highest percentage Asian in any of those districts is 32% in District 6. We started with the concepts of the existing plan and looked to try to see if we could do something that would create a better relationship with the neighborhoods and with the Asian population, and kind of minimal impact on the city as a whole. When we did this, we were able to draw a district where in the data 43% of one of the districts was Asian now, so this does achieve part of one of the goals. However, even just visually, you can see that that most dense Asian population is still split into three pieces that Garden Grove Unified School District overlap. In Plan B, we attempted to do another pass in maximizing the keeping neighborhoods together and also rearranging the way the districts were drawn in the center of the city, and then finally trying to maximize that Asian population. We were able to get it up to 45%, but with some elements that the public kind of pushed back on. In fact, that green hook from, I think, the adjacent District D into A does make sense in terms of trying to maximize the Asian population in A, but it didn't, to some people who were in the community meetings, really seem to be justified. Plan C was another version of trying to do this, but also trying to look at and put in front of the community whether or not the Asian population that also resides on the east side of the Santa Ana River to the south is more connected to the Asian population that we've been focusing on in the Garden Grove Unified School District area. This was an option, but I don't think that it got a lot of traction in the community meetings or in from the organizations. And then Plan D is the plan that I believe was actually singled out by the plaintiffs, and what it did somewhat elegantly was essentially take advantage of that overlap of the Garden Grove Unified School District boundary in order to create a District A. District D is more similar to what you see in the existing city council lines in that it is a northern district that goes east-west, but that also encapsulates a lot more of the lower density Latino populations. And then District C ends up being one of the more high-density Latino populations, and that's where we received some community input that might want to be something that we look at. And I don't believe that the Asian community really had a lot of feedback on this portion because this was more a concern that was brought up by the Latino community and didn't affect how the Asian community would be drawn in these plans. What we essentially did in one small revision of Plan D was to take that triangle that I mentioned earlier and also one other adjacent neighborhood based on a drawing provided by OCO and Accord. And essentially Flower Park and the Santa Ana Triangle come into District C. District D then loses some population, so you kind of have to move the other districts a little bit clockwise in order to rebalance, and make sure that they're all achieving equal size. This version of the plan does take into account exactly the boundaries that were proposed by the public submission and tries to utilize those within the entire plan. And then also within this plan we worked on reducing the deviations. So the largest deviation in this plan is one district being 1% over and another district being 1% under. So it's what we would call a 2% deviation. And that is the end of my presentation.
Great, thank you so very much. Going to bring this back. Do we have public comment?
We already
took that, right? Great. It's late. Bring this back to the City Council. Open it up. Councilman Benavides.
Two questions. One is, where are we in the process again? So what's the action tonight, if any? By when do we need to select the maps? And I don't know if that's a question for the clerk or for the consultant. I believe on the 30th is when we have to ultimately vote and select.
Yes.
And it's by a vote, 5 votes of the council. Is that correct?
Yes. So tonight we're holding the third public hearing. 4 public hearings are required under the Elections Code, so that tonight you can either choose to move all of these maps forward for consideration at the October 30th meeting. Tomorrow I will need to publish these maps, so these maps will be published in newspapers throughout the city in different languages, so the public will be able to see what the maps that are being considered, whether you move one or all 5, potentially those would need to be published. And then on October 30th, the council will be introducing the ordinance that will be adopting the new boundary lines.
And we would be, on the 30th, we would be limited to whatever 5 or whatever number of maps that we select
That's correct.
tonight.
Yes.
So now, going back to, from practical purposes, I've noticed that I requested some information with regard to residences, current residences of sitting council, and then and candidates that are, so we know who the current candidates are. One of them from each of their respective boards will be, the assumption is it will be the sitting council member replacing those of us who are going out. In a number of situations, I think in most scenarios, there are going to be at least one ward, if we're looking at these maps, where there might be two people that are representing, or two people that are living within that ward. In some cases, I think there was one where depending on who is elected, there might be a situation where there's a proposed ward that doesn't have a representative living in that district. So I'm curious, and obviously this is not novel or new to Santa Ana. Fullerton went through this, Anaheim went through even locally, Garden Grove has gone through this redistricting process, and that's just Orange County alone, and believe that there are other cities, but this is just an ongoing, so what is the process that does take place? What would be the situation that would take place, practically speaking? We have an election here this year in 2018. We have another one scheduled in 2020. If there is a situation where we have two council members living in one district, and/or a district where there is no representative residing in that district, how does that get addressed in future elections?
Yeah, so right now you're having an election in 20 or so days in the existing at-large structure, where you'll be electing council members that will be carrying through their terms under that at-large structure, and your election, this first election this is operative in, will be 2020. And in 2020, you will be able to select as a part of this process which seats come up in 2020. Which of these, I've numbered them, I've not numbered these for a purpose. I've kept these letters. You'll be able to assign that A is going to be District 3 and B is going to be District 2. You're going to be able to assign those, and in assigning those and assigning what order they're going to come up in election, you're going to help determine which seats are going to be, which geographic areas are going to be up for election in 2020, and which geographic areas are going to be up for election in 2022. You have full discretion on that, and you can take into account factors like somebody whose term is going to be expiring and lives in that area. Their term is going to be expiring 2020, so let's make that one expire and number it in that order. You will, after 2020, have essentially a blended council. You'll have 2 or 3 council members that were elected under, or 3 council members that were elected under one system, and other council members who were elected under the other. So you'll have some who were elected under the districted system and some who were elected at large. The fact that the at-large council members might live in a different district has no bearing, because they're still fulfilling their at-large terms that they were elected to. You can think of this plan being fully operational in 2022, and by 2022 there won't be any examples of council members who are living in or were elected in a district that is different than their current boundaries.
The determination on which wards are up for election in 2020, at what time is that? Would that be selected and determined? That's not part of the October 30th process, right? That'll be the future. Later. Council would have the opportunity to be able to figure that out. Okay.
Well, with one caveat to that, I think the settlement agreement, I don't know to what extent we could speak about it, but there was one piece in that agreement that I think speaks to the timing of when one of these districts would be up on the ballot. Can we disclose that, City Attorney? Or
Well, I think, as part of the settlement agreement, because it was aimed at making sure that we address this alleged racially polarized voting, is to correct that. It would, in the settlement agreement, direct us to at least let that area that we're trying to address through the lawsuit be one of the first areas to be put up for vote.
Right.
So the goal would be expediency, have that seat take effect as soon as possible.
Yes.
Was the idea.
So while there is discretion with respect to which ones will, we, as part of the settlement agreement, identified that one area to be one of the first.
Right, exactly.
Madam City Attorney, follow-up question. The settlement agreement was brought up there are very clear deadlines that were spelled out within the settlement agreement that the city has agreed to. And one of those is that on October 30th, we would select the maps, if I'm understanding correctly. That, based on charter, happens with an affirmative 5 votes. Let's say October 30th comes around and for some reason there are not 5 affirmative votes to select a map. Do we know what the next step scenario, what the implications are towards settlement agreement, our obligation to the city, exposure, or anything
Well,
else?
because the terms of the settlement agreement are public, because you've approved that settlement agreement, we can talk about the terms. So if the city council were not to conform to the terms of the settlement agreement, you would be deemed to be in breach of the settlement agreement, and the consequences of that could be significant. As you know, as part of that settlement agreement, the city expended over $200,000 in settlement of that matter, and we advised the council of what that litigation might cost if it had gone to trial. So if you were to violate the terms of the settlement agreement, we would be back in a position of litigating that issue, and the dollars that we advised the council of, you would incur those costs.
Thank you.
All right, who else wants to comment? Or Jose Solario?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if we're ready to start going through these various motions, but I'll just say that I think on the whole, the 4 recommendations look good. For me personally, of the maps that we do have to forward for consideration at the 4th public meeting, clearly there's been a lot of support around map D, but I think from other input that we've received, there's quite a bit of support also for map C, and as I understand the process, item 2 says that folks still have up until midnight on October 26th to provide other tweaks or suggestions map-wise, and then on the 30th, we need to approve with 5 votes one distinct map. So I guess I'm just sharing with my colleagues that I like the idea of moving more than one, just so there's some flexibility, but not all of them, just so that we can begin to get some focus on this.
Councilman Villegas?
Just a quick question. So again, one of these maps that's popular has me out of my ward, and then I'm going to be reelected, or I'm going to have my reelection in 2 years. So that's when I'm up next. What happens if I win? If I lose, it wouldn't matter. But if
So,
I'm in a different ward. I mean, this is a little confusing.
It is confusing, I know, I understand. You as the council will have the ability to decide which geographic areas come up for election at what times. So you could theoretically say that your election is in 2020, you could then advocate for your geographic area to be concurrent with the 2020 election cycle.
Your new ward.
My new ward with the new lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a couple of different council members in there also, including our mayor. There's some other spots, I think, like Councilmember Benavides was talking about. Some of these wards don't have anyone in there, and I don't know. Just that's a lot of discussion right there. All right, thank you.
Of course,
it's a lot of discussion.
No city council members.
And we can. Then again, we have a new council coming in. We'll be discussing it then too. You never know. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Solario, did you have a suggestion?
And maybe like what we did before, maybe we just go one at a time and vote on them, just so that there isn't any question. No, but there are 4 different items that we have to vote on. But up to you, Mayor, whether you want to try to take them all at once or individually.
What's the pleasure of the council? Does it?
Well, I have maybe a suggestion or thought.
All right, let's go.
Here. At this point, we have 5 at least maps that have been presented. One option is to move all 5. There's a comment about maybe beginning to narrow down so that maybe it is And so which I think that there is some merit to that, so we can start then zeroing in and focusing on both us as a council and then the public, the community. There was comment that there was the map C and D certainly seems to have some traction interest. Now there's the D2 that was proposed, which provides for some more balance, I think, around demographics. So if we were to narrow down, I would suggest that we look at and consider C, D, and D2 to consider for the October 30th. Just some thoughts and suggestions. I want to see what Russ is at.
Councilor. Okay.
The only brief little comment I would make is, you would think that because it's D and D2 that they're very similar maps, but D2 actually is pretty substantially different. So I don't know if that really helps.
Do you want to
or hurts.
rename it, or what do you?
No.
suggest?
I'm just, I guess, just making that clarification.
Okay.
That really then it's like 3 distinct maps, which again is better than 5. So at least it does get focused, but it's substantially different. And I don't know if Councilmember Benavides, prefers one or over the other, or if our consultant maybe can speak to D2.
Call it what?
And why is it D2 rather than?
Call it E is what I was suggesting. Change the letter.
The reason I named it D2 was simply because the public input was to modify Plan
They
D.
use that as the base.
So I could have called it Plan E or whatever. And you can actually choose to name it whatever you want. One other advantage of having D2 in the mix is that the deviations of D2 are a lot narrower. I didn't make any revisions to Plan D, although I could have, although the settlement agreement asked us to put out the plans as they were at the time and not to change anything. So the deviations are a lot smaller in Plan D2 as well. But you're right, the rather small change of just actually 9,000 people moving up a little bit end up having ripple effects throughout the rest of the plan as we tried to rebalance.
But I guess the benefit to D2 would be of certain sets of inputs, it's reflective of a lot of the input that we got that tended to be
It's reflective of some of the comments that came up here. They were expressing them verbally. They weren't expressing them with maps, but the maps that they submitted are being reflected by what's in that version of the plan.
Right.
And it doesn't impact the other things about Plan D that the API community were advancing.
The only analysis that I didn't see in a lot of the data that you presented or the findings is that you'll see that the actual, square footage or the square miles within each area differ quite a bit. So you see that obviously C versus B, just in size, is very distinct. So C is heavy residential versus B being probably a blend of residential and commercial and industrial, or non-residential. If you can make that available to us when you come back to us, or if it's not already embedded in some of your matrices that you provided. But I guess when a council member takes responsibility for a ward, some will have 90% residential versus 10% non-residential, and others may have a 50-50 split. So you're answering to not only residential constituents, but also business constituents and non-residential constituents. So that matters, I think, just because we want to see which one is heavy on both.
I think this might be something where there might be some city staff that would be able to help me with planning zones or help the council members understand these lines within the planning zones to determine those ideas between commercial and residential. Commercial properties don't participate in elections; they don't get represented in the same way.
They still need to be have to be serviced and responded to.
But definitely we see that in a lot of redistricting, especially around California. You can imagine there are some cities with huge, or counties with huge rural areas that end up being rather large districts with not a lot of people.
All right, let's try to get out of here before midnight if we can, so maybe we pick up our pace a bit. Do we have a suggestion or a motion on this?
Well, I'd like to move approval of these 4 items, but for item 3 to suggest that we bring back maps C, D, and D2.
Is that clear for everybody? Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
So we have 5-1, is it?
would like to hear what Mayor Pro Tem, her thoughts.
I have none.
All right. Next then, item 75B. This is adopting a resolution authorizing negotiations for the sale of portions of city-owned real estate at 1301 and 1305 West 12th Street, non-general fund. Aaron Albertson wants to speak.
Hello, my name is Aaron Albertson. I'm a professional engineer, principal engineer at Commercial Development Resources. Rick Marshall and Linda Kelly hired our firm to help them with civil engineering and expanding the parking lot at their little retail shopping center in response to the Bristol Street widening. This resolution was continued to tonight. And I just wanted to remind the council that that Rick and Linda, this property's been in their family for over 30 years. They're not developers that are getting a sweetheart deal. They actually dedicated 25 feet of their frontage of their existing retail property to allow for the Bristol Street widening. On the understanding that when they did that dedication, that the two adjacent residential properties to the south that were purchased by the city in the last few years, 12th Street, where those are frontage, would be closed off to create a cul-de-sac, and the remnant areas of those two parcels would be sold to them at fair market value, so that they could create a parking lot and continue to provide the retail strip center. Without this property, their strip center does not meet the parking standards. And there's 5 micro businesses that provide sales tax to the community. So we would hope that you would pass this so that we could continue our process and get construction documents done and get it permitted. Thank you.
Any comments or questions from council members? If not, I would close the public hearing and bring it to council for adopting a resolution.
Move the item.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
1 no. Motion carries. 75C. There's a resolution establishing an underground utility district number 37 on Warner Avenue from Main Street to Grand Avenue to coincide with the Warner Avenue improvements. I'll now open up the public hearing. Do we have any members of the audience wish to address this? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, bring it to council for consideration. I'd entertain a motion.
To approve.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Good staff recommendation and presentation. No, I'm kidding. I know you were ready. 75D, public hearing ordinance amending certain sections of Chapter 8 of the Municipal Code. It's a certificate of occupancy and foreclosure registry program. Anybody wish to address City Council as I open up the public hearing? Seeing no one, I will close the council and I will the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
Martinez motion to approve.
Those we have motion by Martinez, second by Sarmiento. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I suggest the work study session. May we? It's almost this midnight, Ms. City Manager. Can we dispense with that, or is something short, or what do we want to do? Guys, you all want to put it over? Let's put it over.
If we may, we can keep it very brief. We're at decision point. We'd like to
Can you
move
do
forward.
negative time?
30 seconds to a minute.
All right, go. All right, your 30 seconds are up. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the time. Just a quick update. This presentation this evening kind of summarizes the city's commitment to updating our general plan. We had a quick discussion with our edibit last week to talk about some of the study areas. Really the key focus for tonight is to try to land on the study areas, the focus areas that the city has identified to begin our environmental impact analysis for the general plan. So we'd like to kind of quickly flip through those. The consensus from the community was to preserve and protect the majority of our city where it's single family. There was also discussion about keeping our light industrial and industrial commercial uses intact. What we're trying to do is create a series of linkages with these proposed focus areas in conjunction with our successful Harbor, Downtown, Metro East, which was recently updated, and then create an extension essentially of our existing downtown south on South Main Street, consistent with the Gensler study. So quick map to show the city as it exists today and the 85% or so of what we're not planning on touching based on some of the community feedback, our historic, preserving some of our historic resources and enhancing some of the key business districts. And then really quickly here to cut to the chase on the focus areas, there are 5 of them. The streetcar alignment was one that was discussed tonight. South Main Street, lots of activity at Main Place Mall to our north, so wanted to capitalize on the regional importance of the Main Place area to draw some potential interest. 17th and Grand was another area that we had identified. Lots of single-story commercial uses that are kind of out of date. Some opportunity there for some mixed-use, missing middle type of housing like some of the residents expressed. And then we have the crux right now at the 55 and Dyer interchange, one of the study areas that we'd love to move forward with and do some additional analysis in response to the heritage and some other projects that are coming through there, as well as some other developers that have expressed interest. We're trying to balance out really our priorities and trying to keep that industrial base solid, maybe attract some additional corporate businesses due to their proximity to the beach, to the airport, to our universities. And then these slides kind of just illustrate the individual areas. We'd like to come back at the end of the year with our policy framework. And Michelle, you had mentioned, Council Member Pro Tem Martinez, you had mentioned, it's getting late. You had mentioned some examples, so we're checking out some of your suggestions on Detroit, Pittsburgh, and then tonight you talked about Sacramento a little bit, so absolutely love to come back and take a look at some of those policies that you might be able to present to weave those into our policy framework that we hope to bring back in December. There'll be some more time to study these in detail and maybe talk about potential uses at the beginning of the year, but really we're anxious to move forward with the environmental documentation. That is it.
All right. Look, I'm not comfortable giving you input. You've got new council members coming. I feel like we're rushing this at minutes before midnight, and it's not your fault, but this is a big series of questions, and thank you for the 30
Mr. Mayor,
seconds.
if I can
Go ahead.
If I can address and disagree with you. You are. We've been working on the general. One is the general plan has been. The general plan is grossly outdated. We've been trying to work and address this for some time. I respect your position. I disagree with it. You're one of 7, only one of 7. Our community deserves to have a general plan updated. Our staff deserves and needs to be able to have direction from council. The future council coming in, they can very much. Right now, what they need is direction on what to work on. Future council can still come in and speak to it, but to hold things up because you don't want us to be able to address it, it just seems counterproductive.
Minutes before midnight. Go ahead.
So we can go based on the committee recommendation and just go with that, and ultimately with what committee recommendation is to move forward with all of the work that the staff has already provided and what they've worked on. So.
Just to reassure the entire council, at this point, we're not making any land use changes or decision. What we're asking is that these are the focus areas that we'll be studying. in December, we'll come back with actual policy, then we'll recommend to the entire council. But we already have directions on where we should go in terms of study areas. And for the most part, the entire city, we're keeping, maintaining and protecting the characteristics. But along major corridors, at areas where we have major commercial centers, industrial centers, that's where we would like to focus some of our strategies in terms of how do we make the best use of what we have. So.
I guess the question would be, does anybody oppose that? If not, then just allow staff to continue to do their research. That's ultimately what they're asking. So I don't think you're hearing any opposition.
Well,
I think we can move
you will
forward.
from me, but we'll deal with it in the future.
So there's one, but the rest I don't think.
One.
I want the staff to continue with the work.
Okay.
They're going to come back in December. I'm sure we have some time between now and December. You get a briefing. I've been talking to them. But, you know, what I don't appreciate, Mr. Mayor, is that when they start saying that you've been there a long time, this council here has been, a few of them been here 12 years. So you got to also blame to take also.
Well, and I think a lot of things have gone well over the years.
You're welcome.
All right.
So I was in the committee meeting
Go
as
ahead.
well, and I think that the discussion that we had there was something very similar to what you're talking about here. I don't think there was much difference, but I think it makes a lot of sense. It's something that is protocol for most general plan amendments, and I think you received a lot of good feedback at the committee. And I think there are 3 seats that are up there. So, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't presume that you're going to be back to, with
Could be
certainty.
4,
that,
but for sure
So,
3.
I think you should comment. I think it's important that you do, just in case we don't know what will happen. The future is always uncertain. So, look, let me take the opportunity to say, I think the work that you've done has been very, very good, and I would support you continuing to do your forward progress on this, because it's important that we not stall this. This has been stalled for much, much too long.
All right. Let's go on. Brenda Gonzalez, followed by Raul Nolasco. Sumfura Otsuji. Dale, come on down.
A record before midnight. One city councilman. Well, like some of you folks have done in the past, this is the time to pound the pavement and look for votes and everything else. I've been doing the same thing, pounding the pavement, talking to people, knocking on doors, about 25. What I just wanted to tell you, because it is really late, is out of all the houses I've knocked on, which have been quite a few over the last several months, I've had 16 people that have told me they don't want to give me their email address to get updates on it. And out of those 16, only 2 of them were really opposed to what I was doing. 2 people that would like to see that apartment complex go in. So there's a lot of people out there that are still opposed. You'll see that when we have our chance to bring it in front of you guys later on this year, next year, whenever. So I just wanted to give you that update. And we will be meeting with the planning department next week to go over some issues that we brought up to them back on September 5th. So we look forward to doing that with the planning department. And just let you know we're still here, live and kicking. Bye.
Thank you. Olga Duarte. Karena Duarte. Kylie Schuyler. Patricia Coleman. Chris Schmidt.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. I'd just like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank somebody, the interim Park and Rec Director, Ralph Nunez, In the short amount of time he's been here, he's done a lot for our Parks and Recs department. Ralph literally calls me once a week, asks me how's everything going, wants me to meet with him at Parks. I'd really like to thank Ralph for all the work he's done in removing all the dead trees in Centennial Park to make room for the 130 trees that we're going to be planting there to replace them. So once again, thank you very much, Ralph.
Thank you. Carlo Bonani.
Mayor and City Council. This charter school up here was worried about the rail line. I believe none of you guys have been down by Segerstrom and Greenville by MacArthur and Segerstrom Avenue and see what a nightmare is, especially when the construction guys are trying to get in and people are trying to drop their kids off. Okay, it's getting close to there. Somebody's going to get whacked and somebody's going to get killed over there. And whatever engineer who designed that housing tract to have that exit pointed right at the high school made a terrible mistake. Terrible. And it's going to happen. You city council members over here better take note. Not the ones that are leaving, but the ones that are going to be staying. Some child over there is going to get whacked. Mark my word. Could have gone right up, the exit could have gone right up where the church was and let it go out over there on Alton. Not aiming it towards us, especially when the football games are there. And people are going to try to come home and get in and get out and rush around. Somebody's going to get whacked. Mark my word. I've been there a couple times, seen it there. I don't see the council member there that represents that area. Never seen him. Mark my word.
Thank you.
That's why I know Sean Mill. We got along real good.
All right, so with that, council comment, Councilor Sarmiento, please.
Thank you to staff. Have a good night.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Good night.
Councilor Solario.
Well, I had two, but I'll just keep it simple to one, and maybe staff could provide a response. I've been frustrated. I know Mayor Pro Tem Martinez has been part of some of these emails. We have some ladies that simply want to do Tai Chi at a park, and city staff has not allowed them to do it. They want them to file a permit and do who knows how many more meetings, and I just understand it. Maybe I'm missing something. It doesn't look like it's a commercial thing. Tai Chi is a very light exercise, meditative type of thing, and we want people to be fit and healthy, so I just don't get it. I think it's been maybe like just at least 6 weeks that I've known about it, and it's still unresolved. And so they're not allowed to go do Tai Chi. And it's a group of 10 ladies or something. Is the parks person or somebody here that can speak to what that situation is and when that's going to get resolved?
First Director here, I'll let him give you a quick update, Councilman.
Good evening, Councilman. Yes, staff have been in contact with the group, and apparently there are fees that have been exchanged. So staff will continue to meet with them to try to address that. And the reason is that if we allow one group to come in and they charge fees and don't go through the permitting process, then the problem that we would have is that other groups would want to come in and do the same.
I get all that, but still, it should not take, probably for what the group has been, maybe 6 months trying to resolve it.
Yep.
So maybe our city manager or somebody can step in to help resolve this, but you have a lot of ladies that just are wanting to do exercise in their local park and do Tai Chi.
Well, we'll go ahead and get in contact with her tomorrow, and then we'll go ahead and let you know exactly what we're able to work out. From what I understand, it's a small amount of money that's being exchanged. But the problem that we have, as I said, if we allow one group to do it maybe Tai Chi, maybe another activity, we have to be consistent with the established policies. Otherwise,
right. I don't disagree, but it needs to be resolved.
We'll definitely meet with her tomorrow, and if you'd like, I'll follow up personally with her and see what we can work out.
Right. And it's more than just following up again. It's staff coming up with creative resolutions to say we need to update a policy, or we need documentation of X, Y, and Z. But it needs to be resolved. Thank you.
Councilor Villegas, Councilor Benavides.
Thank you. A couple of quick
brief comments. I want to echo just the recognition of Mr. Nunez, your work that you've been doing during your interim time here has been very helpful. Switching gears here, we are coming down to the last couple meetings, some of us on the council. There's been a number of projects we've been working on for some time. Appreciate the fact that staff has been working on expediting, bringing some of those forward. One of those, we've got pretty far along in the branding study, and we invested some funds, contracted a reputable firm, North Star, and I think we haven't quite brought that to resolution. So I would ask that we, I certainly would like to get what the outcome of that is going to be, and if there's going to be any action recommendation, not tonight, but any action recommendation from by council, hopefully here in the near future. Also, I know that staff is working on the revenues for the cannabis fund revenue that council has addressed and talked to staff about when we approved both adult use and commercial. So looking forward to that coming forward for council to memorialize that policy. And that's all that I have for tonight. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you, and for that, I want to get us out of here before midnight, so thank to council because we kind of sped it up a little bit. So one final report from our city manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, very briefly, I just wanted to remind everybody that we have a downtown Santa Ana 5K run this weekend. Pre-registration would help everybody in terms of their line, in terms of getting registered that morning. It's going to run through some of our historical sites. And the other thing I wanted to go over is the Santa Ana windstorm response. We had pretty heavy rain, not heavy, we had some rain a couple of days, Friday and Saturday. Then we had heavy winds, which is a bad combination, 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 42. So 300 tree-related work orders were created. 50 trees were down. 250 large tree limbs were down. So far, 135 have been inspected, made safe. 40 have been completed, and we have another 125 to still address. We had 12 on vehicles, 23 blocking streets, and that's just our public right-of-way. On the park side, we had 41 trees down at parks. I want to commend our interim parks director because we would have had a lot more if we hadn't removed all those dead trees from Centennial. They would have for sure come down. We still had quite a bit of failures out in our parks. We had a large oak tree that fell near the entrance of the zoo, so we had to close down the zoo for a day or two. 3 cars were damaged in our parking lots for our parks, and playground equipment was damaged over at Centennial due to a tree falling on it, and fencing at several parks was damaged due to trees. So just wanted to report out, staff was working late today, and they're going to continue to work to address all these issues. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one request on the 5K. Can staff mark the 1 kilometer marks? There should be 5 marks. If we could do that, I plan on running it, and I've run in other races. And 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if we could do that, it would be helpful as one is out there running. And it starts at 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes, and the signs have been
So 8 sharp. So get there early. Yes. And get ready to run.
Are you not sure, Mayor, whether you'll be able to complete it? So you just want to know how far?
No. When you're doing your splits, I want to try to do it in under 27 minutes or so. So the splits help. No, I'll definitely complete it. And why don't you come on out?
It starts at 8. It starts at 8, but people can get there as early as 6:30 to register.
Yeah, get there early. All right, with that, I'm going to continue the meeting to the next regularly scheduled. It'll be on the 30th, adjourned to the 30th, but for the purposes only of the maps, because the other motion failed. So it's strictly on the maps. All right.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? just saw